Go live there. All right, I think we're up and running here. Let's go. Sorry, a little later than normal. I got an extra 15 minutes of sleep this morning or so. Let's see. My chat windows needs to be resized. One sec. Or actually not resized, but moved. Let's see, chat. There we go. Need to slide you down. How do I do that? There we go. Hey, what's up, Raphael, Bob Knoll, Lamatran? How you doing? Yeah, sorry about being a little bit late. I caught extra 15 minutes of sleep or so, but I'm here now. I'm here now. Let's see. Does that look okay? That looks fine. Going here. Going there. Okay. I think that's everything. Yeah. Oh, good. Excuse me. Yo, what's up, Skeptic? How are you? How are you guys doing? Hello, Ducky Boy. 3 questions. What time do you actually wake up? How do you wake up? How do you not disturb your wife when you get up? Okay, what time do I actually wake up? I usually wake up at 4 a.m. and then I try to, like, feet hit the floor, head downstairs, brush my teeth, and then get to the desk. So I try to wake up at 4 and then get to the desk by 4:15. And most of the time that happens, unlike today. I don't, let's see, how do you wake up? I just use alarms. Yeah, I just use alarms on my phone. And then how do I not wake up my wife? Well, I think I disturb her a little bit with my alarms, but I try to make the alarm go off, and then I immediately get out of the room. So alarm goes off, turn it off, immediately get out of the room. So yeah, I guess I try to be considerate by just not doing my full morning routine while she's trying to sleep. Do you need some kind of exercise before you code? Not necessarily. I mean, is it probably the most ideal routine to like wake up and then 15 minutes later start trying to code? Probably not. That's probably not the most ideal routine. But it kind of is what it is at the moment, you know. I was trying to fix my chat window. Why is my chat not? There we go. No. Fit. No. We want fill. Then we gotta adjust the crop there for a sec. But yeah, I mean, I think if I had my option, like I would be able to stream a little later in the day. I don't think I would prefer to stream at 4:15 in the morning, but right now that's the best time for me, you know. Trying to get this chat window lined up. There we go. Then let's crop this guy in on the right side. I spent way too much time fussing over my stream setup the last 72 hours. Alright, that's good enough. Good enough! Hey, what's up, I Love Lamp? You just woke up? Well, me too. Me too. Hello, Oblivious. Good morning, MD. Hello, Kittleson. I don't think I've seen you before in my chat. It is time. It is indeed time. Good morning, everyone. Just woke up. Let's see, what are you doing today? Today we're going to try to make actual progress on that Stripe integration. It was a little bit of a clusterfuck yesterday. We just basically spent the whole first day of the year chatting and not really coding anything. But what are you going to do, right? What are you going to do? So I think today we're just going to try to do a little bit more coding. We're going to try to find a better balance between no code and all code. New year, new stream setup. It is kind of a new year, new stream setup. So we picked up a few new tools thanks to our friend Melty, who sometimes hangs out in the chat. He recommended some new tools for us, so we're trying that out. We're also on Twitch now. We're streaming horizontally for our members here on YouTube. So yeah, we got some stuff going on. Yeah, got some stuff going on. It's actually been a crap ton of fun to play with all the software. I found this other piece of streaming software called Meld Studio that has been a lot of fun to set up. Then we found this StreamerBot software that's really cool that has like a built-in text-to-speech bot with it as well. That's pretty fun. Like you can just on demand say things, which is pretty cool. Set up a whole bunch of new alerts for the stream. It's been good. Oops.
Good morning, chat. Welcome to the stream.
What's your opinion on getting a job, Steven? Hello, EDL. My opinion on getting a job, I think you guys have heard me kind of rant about this. My opinion on getting a job is that it sucks. It's always sucked, and it always will suck. And it just takes you putting on a little bit of a blue-collar mentality and going to work, being persistent and enthusiastic, expecting rejection, knowing it's a numbers game, treating it like you're doing sales and marketing for your own startup. Like you just have to be sort of willing to outwork everyone else who wants all the jobs that you want, and you're just gonna apply and follow up and be kind of dogged in your pursuit of getting a job. I don't have any more sophisticated approach to getting a job than that. That's it. You just apply, you follow up, you interview, you follow up, you apply, you follow up, until some person somewhere at some company is like, this guy's the one we're gonna give a chance to. That's been the last 10 years of my life with every job hunt I've ever done. That's how it's been. I'm stoked to try Meld Studio. Make me want to jump on the stream wagon. Do it. Stream or Meld is very cool. StreamerBot is probably more fun to play with from a programmer coder perspective. StreamerBot is very cool because it has all this like built-in workflow functionality stuff. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. Have you used Go templates? I used one Go template on one project. Canol. I think that's how you say your name. Canol. Agreed. Not sure why my parents keep telling me to get a job when I turn 18 and 19. Well, I mean, I would tell you to get a job when you turn 18 or 19. I mean, my son's 9 years old, and I've already told him, hey, when you turn 18, buddy, you need to have a fucking plan. Yeah. This whole like staying at home till 30 thing, that don't fly in my house. So yeah, you should get a job, EDL. How much can I expect to get paid as a Golang backend developer based from California remotely? I have no idea. Now we could Google it real quick. That would be the closest thing that I could give you to an answer. You know, I'm not a Golang developer. I've never worked as one, and I'm not based in California. So let's see, Go developer. I'm sure Google AI has an answer for us. Go developer, California salary. Looks like you can expect to make an average between 146,000 and 170,000 plus. However, averages are always misleading, so better to go off median. It says the median salary for a Go developer in California falls in the 118,000 to 146,000 range annually. So there you go. There's your answer, Kunal. I actually don't know how accurate this is, but it's got to be more accurate than me just making something, pulling something out of my butt. Steven, did you get a chance to check the Suno music I put in the Discord? Let me know if you want more / different direction / pass. You don't have to use it. Oh, I completely forgot about that. I forgot. Yeah, you were going to do that. No, I haven't checked it out, but I should definitely do that. Let me put a reminder. I'm sorry, man. I completely forgot about that. I mean, I feel like any additional music's good music. I mean, the lo-fi generator's good, but if we could mix it up from here and there, you know, that'd be nice. I would think there should be a mini wave of indie biz hackers via vibe coder hiring. Just depends on how we parse our roles and jobs. I guess if that's what you want to do, you know, if you want to be an indie biz hacker, you know, go for it. Well, I guess what you're saying is you're thinking that indie biz hackers will be hiring vibe coders. Is that what you're saying? I mean, I don't think I don't know if that's what you're saying, but I don't think everybody wants to be an indie biz hacker, right? Like, I think some people don't want to run a business. I would be fine with having my own little indie biz, but I don't think everybody wants to. I'd say practice choosing a career path as soon as 16. In more Eastern countries, living in a family home is more popular as well, but it still makes sense for everyone to look to be employed. That's fair, yeah. The multi-generational kind of household thing, yeah. I had some friends growing up in high school who were from, their family originally immigrated from India, and they had a multi-generational household, both of them. And so I think culturally, it's probably more acceptable in other places of the world. But I guess my attitude towards it here as a father, like just speaking of my own kids, is I think that for my own kids that's a really important part of them growing up and becoming the men that they're supposed to be. Is they need to go out into the world, they need to make their own place, they need to be responsible for themselves, they need to learn to provide for themselves, so that in the future they can hopefully provide for their family and their kiddos if they choose to have them. So I just think it's like this really important milestone to like get out from under your parents' thumb, get out from under their roof, and start kind of exercising your own autonomy in a big way. And so that's I'm raising my kids, preparing them so that they understand that that's the expectation, is like you're gonna go out and make your own place in the world. How much can I expect if I'm a fresher? I have no idea, Kunal. I have no idea. That you just type what I typed into Google and add fresher to the end of it. Good. Good morning, Shudo. Yes, long time no see. It's been all year since we last saw you. Good to see you, Shudo. Imanian. Hi, Steven. Hello, Imanian. How's Twitch? You're the first person from Twitch, I think, this morning, so welcome. Kilson, yes, indie biz hackers and new startups want to hire vibe coders and will hire, but in a leaner way than VCPE plus trad tech. I guess. And I guess it just all comes down to, as a developer, or I think not even as a developer, but as a human being, like, what do you want to do? What do you want your career to look like? Do you want to spend all your time vibe coding? Do you want to be a prompt engineer? Everyone's going to kind of have to make that decision for themselves. My decision so far has been I don't want to be a prompt engineer. I don't want to spend the rest of my professional days talking to LLMs. So if that's the way the profession goes, you guys will be finding me. You'll still find me here on my channel writing code, but I'll likely be employed doing something else. Which is okay. It's okay to decide you don't want to do something anymore. And it's okay to change careers. I've done it twice already. I'll probably do it a couple more times before it's all said and done. Alright, let's get the project projecting. Hey, what's up, Mochi? How are you? How goes it, sir? Yeah, I've got nothing to complain about, Mochi. I'm gonna try to make a little bit more progress today on this Stripe thing. I'd really like to move it further down the line. I'm gonna talk to you guys. I'm gonna drink some coffee. Probably hang out with my kiddos a bit. But yeah, nothing to complain about whatsoever. Alright, we got the local dev running. Just good. Twitch stream is kind of laggy. Oh no. Let's take a peek. Well, over here on my side, it looks okay in terms of what stats I can see in Meld Studio. So if it's laggy, I do apologize, but I'm not sure what to do to make it better. And I know that's not helpful at all to you, man, but that's where we be. That's where we be. Excuse me. Okay, so we added our amount, and we added what else did we add? We added name. We added message. So now we added those to the front, and now we need to take those to the back end. Oh, hold on. We need to finish adding the validation support. So we added max length here of 60. We added max length here of 250. So we need to add an error message here that says span class name is error message. And then we need to jump back up here. We need to add an error, so we'll say message like that. Which means we do need a text area ref. Gosh dang it. I should have left this yesterday. And then the message comes before the email. So we're going to do this. Right there. And we're going to say error stop message, give that a format real quick. Okay, now we need to check for that. We need to check for all that stuff in here in the validate form handler. So the name.trim, please provide your name. So please enter your name. And then if trim new, or sorry, name dot length, no, let's do name input ref. Yep, like that. Okay, and then we'll do our message too. So we'll say if message not dot length. I mean, I could do dot length, but I'm going to do message input ref. There's some major refactoring that needs to happen on this form, and I'm just kind of ignoring it. Probably just my internet. Well, let me know if it continues, Ilmani. If the Twitch stream still continues to give you trouble, just let me know. I'll be happy to stop and take a deeper look at it. It's just from my end, it looks fine, and I don't know what I would do to chase it down, so I'm just gonna pretend like it's not happening. Right, we gotta add an area, described by. Add an ID here to connect those two things for our good screen reader users. Like that. I think. Oh, we should not be. Nope, that's right. Okay, let's give our form a test run real quick here. So. Well, first off, the label for name is just outright wrong. Name is not optional. Let's see. Hey, what's up, Danny? Chaquise, hello, Chaquise. How are you doing? Eduardo, good to see you guys. Thank you guys for coming back to the stream. It's nice to see familiar names. It's very kind of you. Okay, so we got some validation there, so that's good. Type my name. Okay, that should clear, so that needs to be updated. Okay, so why isn't this updated? Please enter your name. Because I'm doing it inline, and I need to do function, handle, name inputs, like this. And then I also need to do function, yeah, like that. I think Steven is almost murdering Stripe. You think? You think I'm doing a bad job with it? I mean, I don't know what I'm doing, honestly. I'm learning, but you think I'm doing that bad? I'm murdering it? Or is that like a good thing? All right, here we go. So we'll do Steven, or hold on, sorry. Let's submit the form. And then if I type Steven, the error should go away. If I type an amount, that should go away. Let's say I type a really long piece of text in here. So let's do console. No, like, aren't you bored of it? Oh, no. I'm not bored of it at all. I want to get this this site built. No, I'm not bored of it at all. Repeat 251 times. Now, this has been a really fun project to do. It's simple enough that there's not really a ton of new skills that I'm having to deal with. But I'm getting to learn about the Stripe integration like I wanted, you know? And it's not too complex that I can't talk and chat with you guys and also try to remember what the hell I'm doing, you know? So I think it's a good project for streaming. I think it's a good project for learning. Okay, so why isn't that triggering the validation on my message? So we have a max length of 250. We're handling our message input. See, this should be message. A user with this age already exists. This is a valid validation message. How's the new year so far? The new year's good, man. I mean, we're only, what, 36 hours into it, 24 hours into it. I think the thing that always comes to me when the new year starts is like, today's January 2nd, right? So we're already, the first is here and it's gone. And I think when you put it on screen, right? So when you think about this in terms of what's really happening, we are currently on day 2 of 356. This is all the days in the year. Sorry. I know how many days there are in the year, guys. Not 356, okay? So that we're on day 2 out of 365 days of the year, and this goes by so freaking fast, right? So that's the thing right now I'm feeling about the New Year's is I'm feeling a really big sense of urgency to, like, let's go to work, you know? Let's make some big progress on the things you want to make on, because while the year is just beginning, it goes by really freaking fast. The days just slip away from you without you even really knowing that they're slipping away from you, you know? So at the moment, that's what I'm feeling about the new year. But the new year in general has been good. No complaints. I'm now trying to finish my soundtrack. Nice, let's go. What are you working on today? Ilmani, we are working on the same thing we were working on yesterday, which we didn't really work on much yesterday. It's basically a donation site using Stripe as the payment processor, and we're making pretty good progress on it. I think if I dedicated a solid day to it, I'd probably be done with it. But the fact that I'm doing it on stream and I'm chatting and also doing it and chatting, and it's taking way longer, but that's okay. I'm having more fun. I'm just trying to make a joke from a coding meme I saw. Instead of unique usernames, they enforced unique ages by mistake. Woo! Big mistake. Only one person can be 21 in this application. Only one person can be born in 1993 in this application. Any new goal for this year? Yeah, I mean, I have some goals. They're not all like, I don't know if you guys are interested in my non-coding and programming goals. If you're very interested in those, I'll share them. I think from the coding and programming perspective, I kind of have 3 big projects on my mind that I'd like to accomplish this year. I'd like to build a piece of software that replaces what Mint.com used to be. Mint.com was like a personal finance tool. I'd like to build a piece of software for me. If other people end up using it, that's fine, but it's really for me that basically replaces that functionality. I use a tool right now called YNAB. You Need a Budget, which is a great piece of software. It's just too complex. There's too many bells and whistles in it, and I don't like paying $15 a month to manage my personal finances. So I'm going to try to build that and replace that $15 a month. So that's one project. The second project is I have this idea for some sort of no-code platform that allows people to author ETL jobs. Very similar to NAN, but much simpler, much scaled down, much more niche and focused in terms of who it's trying to serve. And then the third project for 2026 that I have in mind is if you guys remember that Learn Go with Tests site, I don't know if any of you were here during those streams in November, but we use this website called Learn Go with Tests, and I really enjoyed this. I loved this book, tutorial, website, whatever you want to call it, and I would love to make one that is Learn C# with tests. Oops, you probably can't see that if you're on the vertical. But yeah, I'd like to make a version of this that's C# oriented. So those are the kind of my 3 programming and coding goals. One of mine is to see the Great Wall. Oh, that would be awesome. I'd love to see the Great Wall too. It's not on my goal. It's not on my list of goals, but yeah, I would love to see that. Better way to phrase that. What are your resolutions for this year? Yeah, I see what you did there, Duck Boy. I see what you did. Mine are 1080p and 4K. I like it. All right, so why isn't the message being triggered? Oh, because I'm not putting it in the actual template. I'm not rendering it. But that's not because I didn't put it there, that's just because it's not there. So what's happening? We have handle message input. Handle message input sets the errors, sets the message. We're checking the validity. Oh, I haven't set the ref. I have to come here and say ref equals that. now if we do something crazy. What? Come on. So what am I doing wrong here? Oh, I don't have React tools. I don't have React dev tools here. I'll have to open Edge for that. So I guess first question to debug this is that error message actually being set in the state of the React app? So let's check that out. So we have our React components. We have input ref, we have some state it looks like. Okay. So let's go over here. Go back to the form. We also need to style that text area because it's god awful. Alright, so we've got some errors now. So we've got the state object here. So we have name and amount, but we don't have so is that not the right? That must not be the right browser API to use. So let's do console.log. Whoops. Oh my goodness. Message text area ref dot current dot validity. Okay, let's do. See, validity state value missing false. Too long is false. So does the text area not support that? Text area validity API? Maybe this is something I'm learning for the first time today. No, it does. It's supposed to work. Okay, so this should work. So obviously I've done something wrong. Do you have any recommendation on how to learn C#? This is my worst programming language. It's my favorite programming language, but it's the worst advice I have for learning it because I don't have a good story around how I learned it myself. I learned it from a hodgepodge of sources. So I took two C# programming courses in college just to fill out as electives, and I happened to learn C# in those courses. That was like in 2015. Then when I started getting back into programming and coding later on in life, I started following a course by a gentleman named, I think his name was Scott Allen on Pluralsight. And then, what was the other? Yeah, it was, what was the other? Scott, it was Pluralsight. Oh, okay. Yeah. So I had like a lag there. Scott Allen, Pluralsight. Then I did a course by Sean Wildermuth on Pluralsight. And then I started just heavily following anything that Tim Corey or Nick Chopsis posted on YouTube. And I built a shit ton of projects. That was really how I learned C#. I didn't really ever take like a formal structured curriculum like I did for Free Code Camp in the kind of the JavaScript world, I guess. I probably, Ilmani, if you're brand new to C#, I would probably send you to, let's see, let's go to Free Code Camp. freecodecamp.org. They did add, I forgot about this. They did add a C#, a foundational C# certification. This might be the best place to go for it. So where are you at, Ilmani? You're over on Twitch. At Ilmani. Try that out. I think you might like that. Unique UX. Oh my gosh, dude! I just got a new computer and it's Windows and I hate it. I can't find build tools for Python. Can't use Aider. I'm screwed. Really? I don't think you're screwed. As someone who uses Windows every day to develop on, I don't think you're screwed. You can do it, man. You can do it. Also, good morning, Unique UX. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I think you're gonna be fine, man. I think you're gonna be fine. I've never had such issue with Python. There you go. Oblivious has a great recommendation. WSL? Yes. Make sure you have WSL set up. Although I don't use WSL really beyond supporting Docker Desktop. That's the most I use WSL. This also should be new errors dot input. But I think it's exciting that you got a new computer, even though you're having issues. Like, who doesn't love a good computer? Ilmani, and thank you. Of course, yeah, of course. I hope you enjoy that course. I mean, it's very, like I said, it's very fundamental. It's like just learning C# the language. But my encouragement would be do that course and then start building projects. That probably sums up how I learned C# the best. But maybe at the end of 2026, I'll have a website to point you to called Learn C# with Tests, and that'll be my new recommended way to learn C#. Shudo, you know that joke, what do you use Chrome for? To install Firefox? What do you install Windows for? To download Linux or WSL, I guess? That's a good one, Shudo. That's a good one, man. That's so funny. Ban you. How dare you make fun of my operating system of choice? How dare you? No, I'm just kidding. That's totally fine. That's totally valid. I understand why people have an issue with Windows, and I do not blame them for it. The thing I want for people is I just want people to use the tools they enjoy. I want people to be excited to do their work. And whatever that, if that means using NeoVim, use NeoVim. If that means using Windows, use Windows. If that means using Linux, use Linux. I don't care. You know, I just want you to be excited. I want you to be excited and productive and happy. And Unique UX. Yeah, I can play Fortnite with my son now. My dev environment is screwed for prod, but you know Fortnite. Priorities. That's what I'm talking about. Priorities. Making operating choices based on what video games you can play with your kid. W in the chats. Where are you at? There, W. You're over here, are you? W. Yeah, that's fun. That's actually, I don't know if you were here yesterday, Unique UX. That's actually what I did for New Year's Eve. Was I played Ark Raiders with my oldest son. That's how we rung in the New Year. Well, actually, it's not how we rung in the New Year. It's how we were able to stay up until midnight because we were all struggling to stay awake. As a chronically online person, I've actually come to really enjoy Windows on a separate drive for those video games that requires Windows anti-cheats. My main Linux OS more forcibly keeps me working. I like that. Separation of concerns. That's what they call that, right? Separation of concerns. Windows for gaming, Linux for work. I like it. Although my wife showed me, I missed this. My wife was the one who showed this to me. Let's get rid of the chat here. I guess they're coming out with like a Steam console box thing, Steam gaming console or something or other. It's like a specific machine, Steam machine, that's what it's called, which I think is Linux based, and it looks pretty cool. Azray, hello Azray, good morning, how are you doing? Good to see you again, thanks for coming by the stream. Appreciate you. But maybe Linux will become more of a force in gaming if Stream takes a bet on it as the OS of choice for their stuff. Maybe that will. I mean, so many people use Steam already on their Windows machine, you know. So maybe if they take a bet on Linux for their platform, you'll have more games or you'll have a better gaming experience on Linux as a byproduct. That could be a plus. That's awesome. I'm genuinely stoked to be back on my Steam account and play games. Yeah, I kind of want to. I don't know if I'll ever be a PC gamer, but I would try the Steam machine. That's for sure. Azure, did you solve the problem from yesterday? Which problem was that? We really did. Oh, the streamer bot. Are you talking about streamer bot? We did solve the streamer bot. We also fixed. Well, I didn't solve the streamer bot issues. The streamer bot teams fixed their website, and that fixed the streamer bot thing. But I did fix the chat commands thing. So now the chat works properly. Like we can set the title of the stream and say, we are currently implementing a form to accept money from strangers on the internet. And then now if I type what bro doing, it should just post back to this one chat, which it does. So now we're not spamming other chats with commands, but the commands work. So you can do Discord. What else? We can do GitHub, and I think this will go to both places. So yeah, we got it. I think we've got it all fixed up. Yeah, pretty awesome. I'm really, I can't tell you enough. Like, I might stream, even if nobody comes and hangs out with me, I might stream just so I can play with StreamerBot. Like it's that much fun to like wire up alerts and automations and commands and stuff. It's just a blast to use. Yeah, StreamerBot's all set up, so we can do stuff now. We've got our alerts working. We've got our text-to-speech working.
Good morning, chat. Welcome to the stream.
We're going, man. We're going. We're a real streamer now. I'm a real streamer now. Look, Ma. Yeah, it's a ton of fun. So if you're someone who has ever considered streaming, I would highly recommend StreamerBot. I'd highly recommend Meld Studio. I think this is the happiest I've kind of been with my stream setup for a while. For sure. All right. The problem at hand though is whenever I have a value that's too long here, this should be triggering some validation, but it's not. So why would a text area not report its validity state properly? We have the text area ref set. We have the max length set. So let's see, what happens if I change this to be, let's say I do this, message.length is greater than 250. Does this trigger the validation? Also, I don't need Edge anymore. Okay, that's not triggering either. Why is it always little stuff like this that set errors? This should be working. Message. Okay, is this not a property here? Fedora Cosmic, what is best Linux? The only Linux I really have much experience with is Ubuntu, and I know that makes people's eyes bleed apparently when I say that, but that's what I use. I use Ubuntu whenever I use a desktop. I use Ubuntu, or when I have used a desktop environment, I've used Ubuntu, and all my Linux servers all run an Ubuntu server distribution. Azray, what's your one project you're proud of most? Oh, that's tough, man. That's tough because it depends. You know, it really depends on what we're talking about. But I think the one I remember being really proud of early on when I was learning to code was I built this game. It's still up on my GitHub. It's a very simple website, a very simple static file website that allows you to practice number bonds. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with number bonds. This is something that my sons have learned while they were in school, to teach them math. But I built it when my kid was like in kindergarten or first grade. Like I was just beginning to learn. My son's 9 now; he's in 4th grade. But I was just beginning to learn how to code, and he needed to practice his number bonds. So we sat down, and he was sort of like the PM, and I was the dev, and we built this fun game that like generates these number bond games and keeps track of score and a personal best and has different modes. Like my son put this silly mode in there called impossible that generates these outrageously large numbers. And I remember being really, really proud of this because this was one of the first projects early on where I didn't follow tutorial. I didn't follow like a spec that was given to me. It was literally just me and him like, what do you think it should do? Right? And then I would build it and then he would test it. And we had a lot of fun doing it. And I was really proud of myself for being able to implement it.
Did we just become best friends?
Cody Weissman, thanks for following on Twitch. I appreciate you, man. Now, if we're talking like more complexity, so that was the first game where I really thought like, hey, I can fucking do this. Like I can build software, right? I know I've picked up these skills. I can do some of this stuff. If we're talking though, kind of more mature, more grown-up projects, it's tough. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them that I'm proud of. I think the one I'm most proud of is probably the one I built this year called, I built this tool for myself called BGR, which is basically a background removal tool. It's just a command line tool, but it takes an image and it does this to the image, and it just uses a machine learning model to run inference and mask out the background. So this was a lot of fun. I was pretty proud of this one this year. I don't know. It changes. It changes all the time. It's a hard question. They're all like your baby, right? Every project you build is like your own child, and you love it so much, and it's so cool when you build it, and then you feel the same thing about the next one, and it just it goes on and on like that forever. I've had many friends be scared to touch anything Linux because they see coding and configuring everything and they're not technical. Yeah, that would be overwhelming, 100%. Yeah. What are SEEs? I was trying to implement for a beginner project to stream Olama response from Express to Vanilla.js, but I don't understand it fully. Oh, you're talking about server sent events, aren't you? Yeah. So yeah, that's basically, yep. It's a HTTP GET request that doesn't close, stays open with the server. You can stream data updates. Yep. So DWAB, what Oblivious said is like nails it right on the head. Actually, the MDM docs have a really good example. Like they walk you through it really nicely, where they basically show a server sent event is basically a very specifically formatted piece of text sent from the server to the client over a connection where only the server is sending events. The client never sends events like a WebSocket, but it has to be in this very specific format where you have one line that has the event label with the actual type of event, and then optionally you can provide some data as well. This can be empty, but you can also provide data here. And so it's just a way for you to have a persistent connection to your server, and the server can be updating the client whenever, but the client doesn't need to update the server. So I think it's a really good use case for it is for like push notifications, or if you're trying to update the user on like a long running background process. The nice thing about using server sent events is you don't have the complexity of like, are WebSockets supported? And if WebSockets aren't supported where the user is, you have to fall back to HTTP and do something like long polling to make up for that. Whereas server sent events are just, they're there because you're already using HTTP request, so you can just leverage that. The one downside is I think over HTTP 1, you're limited to 4 connections. Right? So if let's say you have a server sent event connection on your website and the user opens up 4 tabs and you start a connection on each of those tabs, you're going to exhaust the number of connections that they can have over HTTP 1, which is still what a lot of sites are using today. That issue doesn't exist over HTTP 2, but you still have that issue for those things that are working over the older version of HTTP. The way you can get around this is you can use something like a web worker or a shared worker to share a connection between tabs. But it's just a very cool piece of technology. It's been there since like HTML5 was released, but it became popular because of ChatGPT. They chose to use this technology for their chat application, which is kind of interesting because server sent events are really supposed to be used in cases where the client doesn't need to talk to the server. And with a chat application, a WebSockets, to me, makes more sense. But for whatever reason, they chose server sent events instead. Amba, hi, good evening. Tomorrow I am planning to give a presentation about AI with ESP32. Can you give some suggestions where to make it interesting? By the way, this is my first presentation. So I don't know what ESP32 is. I want to push myself out of the box, the presentation for 8th and 9th standard classes. Well, I think it's wonderful that you're pushing yourself to do presentations. I think being able to talk to a room full of people is a really important skill. Being able to talk to anybody is a really important skill. I've been pushing both my sons to be better about initiating and holding conversations, because regardless of if you're extroverted or introverted, that skill becomes very valuable in life. My only piece of advice for presentations is practice, practice, practice. Do the presentation so many times that you don't even have to think about it. Do the presentation so much that you no longer have anxiety about whether or not you know the presentation. that would be, I know it sounds like you're doing it tomorrow, so I'm not sure how much time you have between today and tomorrow to practice, but that's how I approach presentations. Whenever I have a big presentation to give at work, I will practice it on a Teams call or record it in OBS, and I will do it over and over and over and over again until I have no more anxiety. That's my best advice. And through the practice, you'll figure out like where you trip up the most, what part of your presentation is the roughest, what slides need to be refined. Like it will all come out through all those reps. But don't do a presentation and the first time you give the presentation is when you're giving the presentation. That's a bad game plan. Don't do that. It's a bad idea. Tyler Pham, low key. I don't know what you're referring to, Tyler, but okay, low key. Let's see. Thanks for the info. Most limit to 6. Oh, really? 6 servers and events. Interesting. I thought HTTP had like a fundamental limitation of 4, or HTTP 1 had a fundamental limitation of 4. I wonder if MDM covers that. Server connection limit 6. There we go. So I was wrong. My apologies. It's a good thing Oblivious is here to correct me when I misstate things. 6. But I think over HTTP 2 it gets rid of this, but over 1 you're limited at 6. So if you aren't sharing a connection across tabs, if your user opens 6 tabs, right, then you'd be stuck. Which, I mean, maybe you're not worried about that, but something to think about. Thanks for the info. I haven't studied about WebSockets yet, but server sent events seem to be the still HTTP, and I think I can implement it as a beginner today. Oh, for sure, you can implement it. Yeah, you might just go to the MDM docs here and try to implement their example, right? I mean, you're using a different backend, but like they show their example shows PHP, but just go try to implement it using your vanilla, your Express backend. What was your name? Yeah, no, Dewab. Dewab. Also, I probably don't want to send that to everybody. At Dewab. Yeah, try to see if you can't convert that tutorial to, I mean, the front end part's in JavaScript, but the back end's in PHP. But just see if you can't convert it from PHP to Express, and then you'll probably have a better understanding. There's both knowing your subject and being confident you can answer any question to yourself or others, and then there's the confidence to flow from one talking point to the next. Yes, both of which I think you flush out when you practice a presentation. So if you have a rough spot in your presentation, you're going to iron it out. And if you lack the knowledge to actually present on a topic, you're going to flush it out through reps. But you don't want to build a presentation like a slide deck, and then the first time you use the slide deck is when you're in front of the room of people that you need to do a good job in front of. Don't do that. Got it, thanks. Just want to show how we can utilize the AI to build IoT projects. I'm using basic Python. Once again, thanks. I'll do my best. Oh, you'll kill it, man. You'll do fine. Yeah, you do it. You'll do great. I'm rooting for you. I hope you kill it. Ilmanian. Hi again, Stephen. Hello, Ilmanian. I'm glad you're back. Thanks for circling back to the stream. NG Tontai. WebSocket is good. Yeah, I like WebSockets. The one thing I don't like about WebSockets, though, is I don't like the fact that, I mean, it's the same issue with servers and events, honestly, but I honestly don't really care for stateful connections. It's kind of annoying to manage that stateful connection, and then when the connection goes down, you have to be resilient about it on the client so that everything doesn't just go to hell. Like, I almost sometimes prefer the fact that HTTP requests just are a little bit simpler, I guess. You know, when you do everything over HTTP requests, it's a little bit simpler to navigate. Tried implementing WebSocket with Java MDM chat application. It was fun. Yeah, I think everyone should try to implement something with WebSockets. You should, I mean, if there's a technology out there that you've heard about and you're like, I don't think I really understand it, I think it's worth spending your time implementing it for sure. Oblivia says we should go and actually implement the network side of the WebSocket functionality. I don't know about that. That seems pretty low level to me. Cody Wise, 10 minutes follow before chat message. I think it's a crying emoji. Yeah, well, I just want to make sure people who follow are actually committed and aren't just like fly-by-nighter people that are coming in to troll me. So there's a little bit of effort it takes to talk to me in chat. We try to keep the rift out around here, Cody. What are the basics I should set up in StreamerBot? I only have the platforms and a unified chat. I know I need a notification sound for messages. So this is all I set up in StreamerBot. In StreamerBot, I have commands, so I can do like blog, or I can do like what bro doing. So I have commands like that. Whoops, that's not actually sending to anybody. So I have what bro doing, blog. So I have commands that do that, which is cool, I think. But I don't have anything else besides alerts. So I have the commands, and then I have alerts. And the alerts happen whenever I receive an alert from YouTube or Twitch for specific events. It toggles the visibility state of things in Meld Studio. And that's about it. There's a ton more to StreamerBot, obviously, that you can do. But as somebody who just started using it like 48 hours ago, 72 hours ago, that's all I have set up right now. Shudo, I strongly agree. I haven't even made WebSockets as a tech stack, only ever written a TCP IP stack, but learned a ton from that. Yeah, I don't think I'll ever implement WebSockets myself, but I've used libraries. I've used WebSockets in .NET and in JavaScript before, and it was a lot of fun to build applications that have a WebSocket connection. Yeah, I would agree. I just, stateful connections are kind of a pain. They're kind of a pain. Azray, ever stuck in a job you hated? Oh, for sure. Well, I should say I was stuck in a job I hated, Azray, but I've been stuck in a job that I didn't really care for. The first 6 years of my life, or the first 6 years of my corporate career, I worked a job I didn't really care for. So I've definitely been there. Today, I'm going to resume my project. I'm using Bun.js for microservice and Postgres as a DB. You go for it, Surf. Kill it, man. Kill it. Boise, last week you said replacing the web is difficult. I agree with your reasons. Can you think through the lens? Can you think through the lens a bit? So ineffective for agents. Guess some support or upgrade to the web is on the way. I guess Boise, it depends on if you think the web should be for agents or should it be for humans, or can it be for both, right? I think I'm more interested in having a web that's built for humans. If there is part of the web or versions of the web that are better, that are built for agents, like behind the scenes, like similar to how APIs have always worked, right? These programmatic interfaces, if there's some sort of agent specific interfaces for sites that owners of sites and builders of sites wants to make available, I think that's fine. But I think the web is open, and the web can be whatever people want it to be, right? It doesn't need, not every website needs to make itself available to an AI agent, right? That's not a world we want to live in, where we mandate or force people. Like, if you build a website, you must allow AI agents to crawl it. You must allow AI agents to programmatically access it. Like, I don't think that's a web I'd want to live in. or working. Pseudo Steven, next stream you need to write state machines for Ethernet, ARP, IP, ICMP, TCP, and UDP. Then replace your OS network stack. Well, damn, why don't I just spend the next couple years writing my OS, right? Like, I'll just write your own operating system. Ilmani, the stream freeze for me. Let's see. My connections look good over here. I've got about anywhere between 4,000 and 6,000 bit rate right now, and it seems pretty steady. The connections look good, so I'm sorry, Ilmani, that the Twitch stream is giving you a lot of trouble this morning. I wish there was something I could do about that. Today in the book is APIs, so we'll learn how to do it, then apply it to a personal project. Nice. Go for it, 199. Also, good morning. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. If you're not building for humans, you need a reverse Turing test. I mean, there are some people with very strong opinions that, you know, that the web needs to become AI native and agent native, and that humans will no longer use graphical user interfaces, that people will just talk to an agent to do things. And I don't believe that. I don't know about you guys, but I don't want to do my Amazon shopping by using a chatbot. I just don't want to. I'm sorry. I don't want to do it. Sheeta, when is Cloudflare going to sell whitelist for scrapers and agents for their Turing tests / captchas? Is this a reality already? I haven't been keeping up. Yeah, Cloudflare. So Cloudflare will block AI agents. It's like a toggle switch that you turn on in your Cloudflare dashboard. Let me here. I can show you. Let me sign into Cloudflare really quick. I'm not exactly sure what the implementation is, like how they actually go about doing it. There's also been like there's a new standard that people are trying to use called, I think it's called agents.txt or something like that. You know how they have the robots.txt for the search index crawlers? Let's see, domains. I forget what it's called. It's a feature, and yeah, AI crawl control. That's what it's called. It's this guy. AI crawl control. And then in here, you can explicitly configure who you'd like to block and who you'd like to allow. And I think they do it based on user agent, I think is how they do it. But obviously, I'm sure there's crawlers out there that don't, that try to evade this. Like you can look, ChatGPT has had 57 unsuccessful attempts to crawl my site. My site was probably already crawled, but since I proxy everything behind Cloudflare now, maybe future information won't be crawled. But yeah, I think there's a feature in Cloudflare for it now, which is pretty cool, and it's just part of the free tier. And then I think there's a new standard that people are working on called agents.txt, which is sort of an AI equivalent to robots.txt, I believe. I don't think it's become standard, right? And I don't know how many people are actually honoring it, because that's the thing. Like people would have to honor that file that you place on your site. But it's kind of cool. Another reason to use Cloudflare, right? Hey, what's up, Artwork Studios? Good to see you, man. So in service and events, which also, Dawab, you keep typing SEES, and it's SSES, server sent events. I'm not trying to be a douche to like correct you, but just I've seen you type that like 4 times now, which means either you're making the same typo again and again, or you really think that's how you abbreviate it, but you're supposed to abbreviate SSE, server sent event. I just put the data I want to send, ending in the new line, and then use the front end to split in to get the data. Yeah, you have to parse it on the front end yourself. That's where it's, well, I shouldn't say you have to parse it on the front end yourself. You can use the events. You can parse it on the front end yourself if you want to do that. But the browsers have a object called event source that will handle that for you. So what I would recommend you do is I would recommend you use this guy right here. So you define your define your endpoint that's going to return. So like, let's say your endpoint is events, right? Let's say it's events, like that. Say this is your endpoint. Set that as the string value in your event source, and then use the event source to capture the messages and data that your server is yielding up to your front end. I wouldn't try to parse it myself. I just think that's kind of overkill, but you can if you want. You can if you want. If it was me, I would just use the event source. They've taken care of all that in there for you. But yes, you can put data in there on the back end and then send it to the front end, and it'll be available on your message right there. Again, that MDM doc is super helpful. So I would just try to follow that doc start to finish and implement it, and you'll have a better grasp on it. Implementing things like that is the best way to grok it, in my opinion. People refuse to CLI, and now they don't want to use GUIs and want a robot to do it for them. I don't think people want. I don't think my mom wants to. Like, when I think of like the average everyday user, which I don't think I am. I think I'm too deep in the kind of like tech sphere to be a good judge. But if I think of like my mom, I don't think my mom wants to use AI agents to do her shopping, right? Or to order Chinese food, or to, I don't think that's how she wants to interact. But I could be wrong. I could be proven wrong. D-Wob, my bad. Oh yeah, no worries, man. No worries. I just thought I would call that out just in case maybe you save yourself any shame in the future. Not that it's shameful to be mistaken about abbreviations. I see. I know their old Invis.js challenges were cake to pass, but the challenges are so much better since a few years ago. I wonder if they'll sell whitelist to certain AI bots or scrapers. They could. I have no idea, but yeah, it's nice that they've made it easily to configure on a per domain basis, that you can just say, yeah, don't let those people that declare themselves as an AI agent scrape my site. Yuchi Hawa, where the money at web dev? I have no idea. So my day job is as a quality engineer. I do web development just for funsies. If I had to guess, the money for web development is probably, if I had to guess, either the big web development money is either in big tech or it's in like agency work, if I had to imagine. But I honestly don't know. D-Wob, I see. Thanks for the info. I think I can implement it for my local chatbot endpoint. Oh, you can for sure do it, man. If I can figure out servers and events, you too can figure out servers and events. I'm 100% confident in that. I have become obsessed with Linux. Nice. So you've basically, hold on, I gotta read that one again. I've become obsessed with Linux. So basically, you're a Linux user, is what you're saying. Linux users remind me a lot of CrossFitters, like CrossFitters circa 2013, 2014. It's like, how do you know someone does CrossFit? They'll tell you they do CrossFit. People would probably be happy for tech support bot, as they find it hard to get a person, not like support chat. Fix my computer. I have this issue. Why is the font now huge, tiny? Oh, for sure. The problem is, the problem, in my opinion, Cody, is why would you want a dedicated chatbot for support when you could just use like Gemini, or you could just use ChatGPT, right? Like, why would people want to use your specific support bot versus just a generalized chatbot? And I guess the only real answer for that would be is that you're going to provide some sort of special context to the bot about your software, right? So I guess in that sense, like a support agent people would probably find it helpful. From a business owner perspective, though, I wouldn't want my support to be facilitated through a chatbot, and here's why. Support is oftentimes the people that your customers interact the most with, after a sale occurs. Like that's going to be their touch point with your business. And the touch point you're going to give them with your business is talking to a robot. I don't know about that. That's just my opinion. That's like me as a business owner. Like if I was a business owner and I had support, I wouldn't delegate my support to a bot. Like I would make my support kind of a value add experience to my customers and my clients. Like I would want my clients and customers to look forward to interacting with my support. And hopefully that leads to them being retained as a customer for a long time and maybe doing more business with me in the future. My endpoint is like chat's UUID at the moment. The method I'm using is put for it though. Is it only for GET requests? Yeah, so the event source API will only work with a GET request. So you can just define a new GET request. Or sorry, a new GET endpoint. Like you're gonna basically do use service and events. You're gonna basically have two endpoints likely. You're gonna have an endpoint where the user, the client, pushes a message to the server, and then you're gonna have an endpoint that the client's listening to that the server is gonna be pushing responses through. So you'll end up probably having two endpoints. Hey, what's up, Ulas? Thanks for being a member, man. How you doing? Good morning. Unique US. I have 4 paid users now. I'm freaking out because I have to be
Did we just become best friends?
Curly Potato, thank you for the follow, man. I appreciate it. I'm freaking out because I have to be super careful about everything. I've only ever done side projects or portfolio projects. Oh, yeah, man. Well, first of all, congrats on the 4 users, dude. Like, golf claps all around, man. That's awesome. That's like, people want to dunk on numbers, but I'll tell you what, 4 users is more users than I have on anything I've ever built. So that's awesome. But I understand your anxiety. I understand your anxiety completely. I always wondered why tech support dudes were always mad. I don't know why tech support dudes are always mad. It's like they act like their job is not to do support, but that's literally the definition of their job. It's a really shitty attitude to have, in my opinion. Do I need to put the method inside the event source? No, you're probably gonna have to define a new endpoint. DWAB. Linux is awesome. Who I customize my alias today. Huge efficiency upgrade. Wonderful. More Linux users. Cody, be it whatever name, just fix my computer. A computer use AI. Yeah, I guess that'd be nice. I mean, I don't really have that many computer problems where I would need a support bot like that, but I guess some folk might. Hey, what's up, Gun? Thanks for being a member. Thanks for being in the stream today. Good to see you. Well, people can be influenced. It's a security thing. That's why they try to solve the problem with a bot first. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a security thing. I don't know. I mean, I feel like if your employees are if you think your employees are less safe than a bot, I I think you got some hiring practices you need to deal with maybe. But yeah, no, I wouldn't use agents. Like, in 9 times out of 10, I probably wouldn't use agents for any front of house activities. If it was my business, I would probably use agents a lot for back of house activities, but I wouldn't turn them loose on front of house stuff. I know it seems like that's the lowest hanging fruit. Like, people are always trying to replace support, right? Offshore it, automate it, roboticize it. But I think support is a wonderful place to really differentiate your business and your service and your products. Having a great support team with actual human beings who are very knowledgeable and very easy to work with is a huge differentiator, in my experience, from a customer standpoint. Not support person, LLM. A fix my computer. I think I have a virus. My computer broke. My screen doesn't click anymore. Yeah, that's not. I mean, Cody, I just want to make it clear. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is I'm not interested in it. But I understand what you're saying. Mochi, bro, can you give me an idea to make an app and website? Let's see, an idea to make an app and a website. Make a URL shortener. That's a pretty common tutorial people follow. Do a URL shortener. Is the visual follower notification streamer bot or streamer elements or something else? So the visual follower notification is facilitated through StreamerBot that toggles the visibility of a scene in Meld Studio. So I have a scene set up that has all the graphic and everything on it, the text and the graphics, and then StreamerBot just injects the proper text and toggles the visibility. Hello, Phil. Good to see you. How are you doing? Unique UX. Dude, you know how many middle-aged accountant ladies have been caught like stealing $1 million from their company? Happens a lot, actually. Well, no, I understand that companies have shitty people working for them. My opinion on that has been, well, if you are hiring shitty people, I mean, that's kind of what you ask for. I mean, I don't know. It's like what Warren Buffett says: you can't do a good deal with a bad person. I think that's a fundamental flaw of modern business management is the fact that instead of hiring better people, we decide to implement systems to deal with hiring shitty people. That's not the solution. Phil, good, thank you. Chilling around. Well, good to have you, Phil. Glad you're here. Last place I worked, we had a great support folks, but the workload was continuously growing as the business grew, and they were struggling to hire to keep the load down. Yeah, hiring's always a bottleneck, right, Bob? I mean, that's just finding good people that are good at their job. It's difficult. It's difficult. The corporate world, especially finance and office work, shit people thrive. Well, yeah, they don't really thrive, but they can hide in big companies, right? When you're a company of 10,000 people, it's pretty easy to be a singular employee who doesn't really do their job very often, doesn't really do their work, and no one really knows about it for months on end. It's easy to hide in those situations, which is I think why those corporations attract that type of person. Why corporations tolerate those type of people? That's kind of a whole nother story or a whole nother probably explanation. All right, we got to figure out this message thing. I don't understand why. I don't understand why this thing isn't triggering. Oops. I think I'll get an IPS monitor for now, then a 4K when the Gen 4s are out. That sounds wonderful, man. New monitor? Who's this? Message length is 0. Message length is 250. Oh, interesting. So when I put min length on here, it actually blocks. Interesting. I guess I didn't know it did that. Or sorry, max length. Max length on input blocks. Oh, I didn't realize that. I thought that was just a validation thing. Okay. Very cool. So then this is kind of redundant, huh? It's never going to be too long. At least not here on the front end. Oh shit, that scared me. The TV behind my desk turned on. And I was hearing voices, and I was like, where are these voices coming from? That scared the shit out of me. Echo, go home. Sorry if I just triggered your device. That scared the shit out of me, man. I made a negative comment at the beginning of the year. Steven is great, guys, and has the right attitude. I'm still mad at Windows. I don't know if I'm right. I don't know if I have the right attitude or I'm right. It's just what I think. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to say anything you guys think or say is wrong. Alright, so I don't actually need to... I guess I'm going to add this just as a safety check, but I don't think this will ever actually get triggered. Okay, so let's style my text area now. So let's come down here, wherever our form input is, and let's do form text area. Looks good. Thank you, Copilot. Need some group on it. Beautiful. Look at our pretty form. Okay, so there's some other UI elements I need to add to this. Like, I need to make sure that they can clearly understand which one are visually required. Like, we need to add some way to denote that, or at least maybe denote the optional field as email. And we also need to be able to explain why we need an email. Like, it's optional, but if you want a receipt, you have to provide an email. So that looks good. So now let's work on carrying. So before we do those UI things, let's work on carrying all this information back to the backend. That's what we're going to do next. So let's go here. And let's go back up to the donation form. And this actually now needs to be typed to some other fields. So we'll say, not only are you going to get an amount and an email, but you're also going to get a name. You're going to get a message. And then on the, let's see. We'll do name, message like that. And then in our app, we are going to stringify these to be amount, or sorry, name equals form data dot name, like this. You guys can see I'm having to, this is a code smell, right? I'm having to add these things everywhere. There's a type, there's a shared type that can be defined and used here, but I'm ignoring that. So I don't have to spend time doing the refactor, but I do need to refactor this. We'll come here and we'll do message equals form data dot message. Cool. So now we're passing those to our backend. And then what our backend is going to do is our backend then is going to include those to Stripe when it creates the payment intent. So we now need to extend our request object to support a name. This is classic classic data over forms type of engineering, where you want to add a field on a form on the front end, so you got to pass that data back to the back end, and the back end's got to have that data persisted into the database or sent to an API somewhere. Classic crud monkey stuff. Sorry, I fell behind on chat here. AI hype is so lame. It really is. I'm gonna pin that message. I'm gonna pin that message because it's such a vibe, and it's how I feel all day, every day as I'm scrolling social media. Is like, can someone please talk about something other than AI? For the love of God, please. Good. Let's see, studio. I wish StreamerBot had a way to pin a message. Maybe I'll look and see if there's a way to do that. That would be a good thing. I don't know how to do it from StreamerBot, so I'm gonna have to go to the live stream. AI hype is so lame. That one's getting pinned, my friend. That's funny. Hey, what's up, crew? Good morning, man. Hope you're doing well. YouTube only has negative mod features. TikTok lets mods pin. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I probably can figure out how to do it in StreamerBot. I'm sure there's a way that I can add an action in my chat, because you can add custom quick actions for individual chat messages. I'm sure there's a way to do it. I just don't know how to do it, but I'll figure it out. You should test it, UniqueUX. Cody, do you do a lot of UI design? No, I don't. I'm not a very good designer, as you can see from the things I build. I'm good at implementing other people's designs. Like I'm pretty confident in most designs. You know, if you give me a design or give me a Figma file, I can build it. But coming up with my own design, I'm not super great at. It's something I'd like to be better at. I usually just steal. I steal other people's designs that I like. You know, if I'm like, oh, that aesthetic looks nice, or I like the look of that site, I'll just take from them. Bob Knoll, that keyboard sounds nice. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I love this keyboard. This is it's not like super fancy. I think I got it on Amazon for $60 or something. It's called a Yunsi. Let's see, Yunsi B75 Pro is the keyboard. I love mechanical keyboards. That was another thing I did in 2025. In 2025, I went down the NeoVim rabbit hole and the mechanical keyboard rabbit hole at the same time. Crew, still tackling that Stripe API. I hate C# structuring so much. Dude, I love C# so much. But it's okay. It's okay. You're allowed to have feelings too. Yes, we're still tackling the Stripe API. It's taking way more time than it probably should, but I'm having a good time doing it on stream and spending way too much time talking while I do it. Morning, Blips. How are you? UniqueUX. It doesn't matter anyway, bro. I'm a certified UX designer. I spent years in Figma. Well, I think design matters a lot, you know. But I think we should all just outsource our designs to UniqueUX. You know, we'll farm UniqueUX business. Everybody, if you need a design, just ask UniqueUX. I dig that color scheme. Well, thank you, Bob. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's black and red are my favorite colors. Those are my favorite colors. Shudo, unique. I can't blame you. Since updating my Windows install to Windows 11, it's been so buggy. Despite updating all drivers, my peripherals randomly disconnect, almost indicative of liquid damage. That sounds horrible. Curly Potato. Hey, Steven, great to see back on Twitch. If I can give you a suggestion, I think you should lower the permission to chat timer to 1 to 2 minutes instead of the 10-minute timer that is on now. I think 10 minutes is the lowest it goes, Curly Potato. I think 10 minutes is the lowest it goes. Let me look real quick. If I can do lower, I will. I think on YouTube it's 5 minutes or 10 minutes. I can't remember what it is on YouTube. But honestly, I would rather it be longer than too short. You know, like I'm trying to. I just don't want people. I just don't want people who are just showing up in my chat to troll me. You know. So if that means some people scroll on because they don't want to wait, honestly, I'm okay with that trade-off. Let's see, moderation, settings. I think it's in moderation. No, community. That must be it. Community. Haven't used Twitch in a long time before. Where is it? I know I said it the other day. Let's see, content. I thought it was under moderations. Does anybody know where that is in Twitch settings? Let's see. So, I said it, and now I don't know how to get back to it. Chatter, show all advanced settings. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so I'm in follower only mode, right? But it only gives me these options. I can do 0 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour. Can you imagine making people wait an hour to talk? 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, 3 months. I don't know. Maybe some people want real commitment from their followers, but 10 minutes is the lowest it will go. But I appreciate the suggestion, Curly Potato. I appreciated that. I know it's a long time, but like, I just don't want people riffing in my chat unless they're here for good reasons. Good morning, Command Bar. Just use Tailwind. That's the answer. Or actually, the answer is not just to use Tailwind. The answer is to ask V0 to build you a front end. That's the answer. I think you can put a minute if you want in Twitch. If you know how to do that, I would love to know how to do it. But in the settings I see, the lowest you can go for in follower only mode is 10 minutes. Curly, yeah, stuff like that can make people leave fast. Unfortunately, that's okay. Like I want everyone here to understand that my ambition is not to have the largest, most successful YouTube or Twitch channel. My main focus is just having fun talking to other people who are interested in technology and programming. And so if folks don't want to wait 10 minutes or 5 minutes to enter the chat, that's on them. It's not on me. DWAB. So previously, my endpoint actually appended the prompt into the DB and got all the messages from the DB, sent it to Olama, then sent the reply directly. But right now, it's only for updating the DB. Okay. I'm working on a new endpoint to actually get all messages from DB, send to Olama, and stream it to the front end. Nice. That sounds like a awesome project you're building there, DWAB. I hope you're having a lot of fun with that. Bob Knoll, I got a split orthogonal key mechanical keyboard a couple years ago. It made me way worse for a couple months, but now it's made me way better typer than ever. Didn't expect that. One of my YouTube members, like my longest tenured YouTube member, his name's Stefan, and he swears by a split keyboard. I have yet to take the leap, but I would like to. The thing with split keyboards is they're fucking expensive. Have you guys seen the price on those things? It's nuts. It's like a couple $100 just to get into the world. It's crazy. I'm working on a new endpoint to actually get all messages from DB. Okay, I already read that one. An hour? Oof. Yeah, an hour would be a long time. I 100% get that. Rather keep it chill than having to yell at people. Exactly. Yeah. So if you're a troll, then hopefully the work of following or subscribing and having to wait is enough to keep us scrolling. What do you think about Linux? I'm thinking of building my distro and using it. That sounds wonderful. I think Linux is great. Linux is awesome. I just don't use it as a daily driver. Hey, what's up, Melty? Good morning. Hey, Melty, look at this. I got the chat. I got the chat worked out. Or not my chat, I guess. The commands. I got the commands all worked out. It's pretty awesome, man. It's pretty awesome. Thank you so much for recommendations and all your help the other day. That was really nice of you. Eduardo, I'm glad you're back. There is like chatter has to have a verified account older than 1 week or other options. Yeah, I've got the verification on. You have to have a verified email to also chat on my Twitch stream. Steven selects for quality over quantity. Yes, that would be a truism. That'd be a truism. I'm so appreciative of you guys being here in my chat that I'm more concerned with protecting the chat as it is than trying to find new people to participate in chat, if that makes sense. So that's why it's subscriber only, follower only. That's why there's a time limit to wait before you participate. That's why there's an application on the Discord. The whole point of it is to make sure that it's still a fun place to be and it's enjoyable to be here and it's not full of just a bunch of riffraff. Hey, what's up, John Lou? You're over on the YouTubes this morning, huh? Good to see you. C Primer, hello, I am new here. Well, you're welcome. Welcome. We're glad you're here. Melty, they are expensive. They are indeed expensive. The only thing worse than AI hype is MacBook UI Figma designers asking to build you a Webflow site. No, the worst thing is, even worse than that is Vibe is non-technical Vibe coders who want to rebuild Slack in a weekend and sell it to you. Eduardo, what keyboard do I use? Let me get the link. I should probably add that as a command somewhere. It's really not. It's really not special at all. I bought it on Amazon. It was like $50. Unc 75 B75 Pro, I think is the model I bought. Yeah, this one. It's usually on sale, but it's a nice keyboard. How do I get a link for this? There we go. This is not an affiliate or anything. It's just, who asked that? Eduardo. Eduardo's on YouTube. Eduardo's over here at Eduardo. There you go. That's my keyboard. I need to probably add that as a command so people can just ask for it for themselves. You must upload photos of yourself holding a valid ID or driver's license to chat. Well, Twitch has a setting for that. Twitch has a setting where you can require people have a valid ID, which I think is actually kind of great because, again, there are a lot of strange people on the internet who want to do weird stuff and they want to do it in an anonymous way. They don't want to put their name to it. I use a cheap keyboard, works great. Yeah, I've always not cared about keyboards until 2025. I've never cared about keyboards, but now I care about keyboards. I want to have a gasket mounted mechanical keyboard, 75% layout. That's my sweet spot. 75% layout, gasket mounted. I'm up for it. Mochi, bro, will you make your own startup? What do you recommend me to do as a startup? I don't know. I don't even know what I want to do as a startup. I would love to. I don't know if I want to start it, but I'd love to have like a micro SaaS thing, like a small little website that people use as a tool and pay me $1, a couple dollars a month to do, make a little extra money. I would totally be up for that. I think that would be a blast. I just looked up my keyboard. $365, probably worth it since it's a professional tool, but seems nuts to me today. Past me was loser with money. No, I think that's wonderful, man. I think you should invest in the tools you use every day. I think one of my downfalls is I'm still sitting in a chair I got for free at my old company when they were throwing old office furniture away. Like I need to invest in a better chair. I'm interested in backend dev, but do I stick to it or explore something else, to stay relevant? Yeah, I wouldn't chase relevancy, man. Relevancy in tech is really difficult to do, right? I don't think I would do that. I think that's a bad move. I think it's important to stay aware of new things, but trying to stay relevant, I don't think is the right career move. I think the right career move is being T-shaped. I think the right career move is having general knowledge and awareness about a lot of things, but having deep expertise in a particular vertical. So if you're interested in backend and you want to be a great backend developer, I just focus on that. I know what I want to do as a startup, but I need to learn IoT for that. Also, I'm broke. Yeah, hardware is hard, man. Hardware is difficult. Laugh my ass off. I guess that makes sense, really. Surely the big creators have to upload their details and verify them so they can get paid and all, I would imagine. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, on YouTube and Twitch both, when you monetize, you got to share your ID. You have to, do a task verification, too, I think, on both places now. Hey, good morning, Kelsey. You're awake. Are you feeling any better today? I'm sorry you've been going through it the last couple of days, but thanks for hanging out in my chat. For people I don't know, Kelsey's my wife. Facts on getting a new chair. Oh yeah, I need to get a new chair. For sure, I need to get a new chair. I want a nice chair, and so a nice chair is like $1,000, and I don't really want to spend $1,000, which doesn't make any rational sense. You want a chair, you want a nice chair, but you don't want to pay for a nice chair. I hear GPU programming is the future. I hear the same thing too, Bob Knoll. I hear the same thing too. That's an inside joke. If you weren't here like 2 or 3 days ago, somebody was in chat claiming that GPU programming was the future, or is, or was the future, or that all the money is in GPU programming or something. And a lot of us were stumped because we didn't understand. I hadn't. I think chat had never heard about this GPU programming. I'm interested in Python, VBS, and Bash. It's just that I know what a message box is and nothing else. Well, you can always learn, command bar. You can always learn. Make an interface where the user's eyes are the mouse pointers. You could sell that as a tool too. That'd be interesting. You just told someone that spending is okay for stuff you need, bro. I know, I'm a contradiction. I'm a contradiction. I'm a walking contradiction. I'm glad I have you in my life, honey, to keep me honest. Shudo like CUDA. Yeah, I think Shudo, that's what he was getting at. But I think none of us had ever heard the term GPU programming to describe learning CUDA and using CUDA, and so we were all very confused. Yeah, the GPU, crew, yeah. I don't know. We were all confused, but I think what we narrowed it down to was basically he was saying that just people who know how to write in particular languages for, I guess, for providing instructions to a GPU was going to be a valuable skill set. But it was kind of funny because it's like, well, you can do web, there's such a thing as web, GPU. So like, I don't know really what he's getting at there. Do we need to set a fun goal for the gaming chair? Oh, we could. Yeah, we could set up a fun goal for that. That would be kind of fun. But I don't want you guys to pay for it. I need to save the money. I need to save the money and just bite the bullet. Just bite the bullet and do it. I've been saying that for 5 years now, so we'll see if that ever happens. Guy was spitting nonsense or something. He was kind of spitting nonsense, but I respect it. Maybe he's in a particular world or a particular context where that makes sense. Steven PyTorch Narc? What? I don't know what you're trying to say. There's a streamer I watch who uses a wooden table chair as a desk chair. He must hate his spine. That sounds awful. That sounds awful. But I respect the grind. You know, maybe he don't have money for a nice desk chair. What are you working on? Hey, Based Meal, how are you doing? So I'm working on a very simple, small application to learn the Stripe API. So basically, the only thing it does is it has a payment form on the front end. The payment form allows the user to pick an amount of money. The form then creates a payment intent on my back end, and then you can use Stripe on the front end to actually submit your payment, and then my back end keeps track of successful payments and displays them on the website. It's basically supposed to be an application or a website like Buy Me a Coffee, but my own version of that. And the main reason for doing that was so that I could learn how to use the Stripe API, because I've never done it. I've never used Stripe before, so that's why. PyTorch Arc? Oh, PyTorch Arc. Yeah, I haven't used PyTorch before, so maybe. W wife in the chat. Yeah, she keeps me honest. She really does. She'll call me on my shit. But that's what you want in friends and partners. You want people who are going to keep you honest, who are going to be frank with you. I just started C++. I want to learn the CUDA toolkit eventually, but for some niche projects that a CPU might be significantly slower for. Anyone? Yeah, I don't have any experience with that, Shudo. I'm sorry. But someone in chat might. Wager Kings. One nice username. Did you bet on any of the games yesterday, Wager King? Repeat after me. Public static void main art. No, this is C#. This is not Java. This is not Java, Wager Kings. So non-coder don't have to deal with Stripe API? I don't know what base meal. I'm not sure what that means. First time YouTube served me a stream, Steven, he was writing PyTorch building an LLM. Oh, I guess I did use PyTorch in that, didn't I? Yeah, in that book. Yeah, we were doing this book. I guess I did use PyTorch for this. But when I say I used PyTorch, I just basically wrote someone else's code from the book into my own file and ran it. This was a good book, though. I should probably go back and actually finish. I think I'm stuck on chapter 7. Not stuck, but I haven't been past chapter 7. So I need to go back to it. It was a busy 2025. Okay, Bob, stop judging me. Wager Kings. No, I didn't. I own a casino. Do you really? Fuck yeah. Let's go. So you own a casino, but you don't place bets on sporting events. That's weird. Ulas, I have experience in quantum programming, if that helps. Do you really? Or are you just fucking with me, Ulas? Do you really have experience with quantum programming? Because that's awesome. Reanimin. Have you heard of Tailwind SQL? I have not heard of Tailwind SQL. What's that about? Is that where now instead of putting SQL in our markup on the front end, we're putting SQL in our CSS? You secretly love Python. Come on. Yeah, that's going to be the huge 180 I do on chat. Is like, one day you're going to turn on stream and I've completely flipped from C# and TypeScript to Python. This is only a Python channel now. It was one long con. Going to build a new casino from the ground up, thinking of live streaming it as well. Oh, so you don't own... So you don't own a casino. You're trying to build a new casino? I don't understand you, Wager Kings. You last. I made it up, bro. Okay. Because, like, I know there is a real quantum programming language, isn't there? Microsoft has a quantum programming language. It's like Q# or something like that. So when you said, I know you're into blockchain, you last, so I was like, well, maybe he's also doing some weird stuff with quantum programming. I think it's called Q#. Q#. Microsoft quantum programming language. Yeah. Which is pretty crazy. To me, it's crazy that there's a quantum programming language. It's wild. Yeah, it's literally writing SQL and CSS. Someone made it. That person should be thrown in jail. That person should be locked up and have the key thrown away. Why would anyone do that? That's horrible. I do own an online casino, just want to build a new one. I'm a developer, by chance got into iGaming. Oh, interesting. So how's the casino business or the online casino business? Is it complex? Is there a lot of regulation? Is it a one-man band type of operation? Do you have employees? Like, fill us in. Give us the details. Maybe he is into every weird shit you thought. For new people here, which tech? Oh, no, go ahead. You're talking to chat. Is online casino legal in your country? I actually don't know, Base Meal. In the United States? I'm guessing some amount of online gambling is okay because all these sports betting companies are online. So I'm guessing it's okay to some extent. Oh, I realize I've been ignoring Twitch. I just realized I've been ignoring. I'm sorry, Cody Wiseman. I know there's not a lot of people over on Twitch, but I've been ignoring Twitch because I was on the wrong tab. Sorry. I'm new to this whole multi-platform streaming thing, so cut me some slack, okay? Is it really 6:37? Holy shit. We've been chatting a lot today, guys. And the first thing I said when I sat down in the chair this morning when the stream went live was, I'm gonna really try to focus today and not and not talk too much. Oh man. That's too fucking funny. All right, we need to update our tests are going to fail. So, okay, so here we have our payment intent endpoint. So we expanded the request to have that. And now our create payment intent async needs to take in more than this, right? So we're gonna need a string, it's a message, and we're also gonna need a name. Whoops, this is C#, not TypeScript, or Go. So type comes first. And then we have our Stripe service, which we need to also redeclare. We'll do string, name, optional string is our message. So the way we're going to get this information to Stripe and then back from Stripe is there is I believe it's a metadata. Yeah, metadata. We are going to stick all of the optional. Let's see, we'll do name message. This. That way, whenever the payment succeeds, we'll be able to retrieve the name and the message from Stripe on the callback, on the event it sends back. Nullability of reference types in a, let's see. Why do they not match? Oh, yep. This should not be optional. It's a lot of regulation, big overhead cost licensing, basically $25K for licenses, percent you pay to the game providers. The tech is pretty cool to do. Would recommend looking into it. That sounds like a way too much risk and way too much overhead for me, Wager Kings. But I respect the hustle, man. I think it's awesome. I admire people that have their own businesses. I'm a huge admirer of the amount of confidence and bravado and risk taking that you have to have. To have a business is awesome. So congrats, man. That's awesome. Hey, Lilas, can I ask in what way? No, you're talking to somebody else. What are your experiences and thoughts about running an LLM on the mobile phone? I've never done it. I'm assuming base meal, you're talking about like running like a local LLM. I've never done that before. We're collapsing timelines right now. Why do you keep saying that, UniqueUX? We're collapsing timelines right now. Why do you keep saying that? Honestly, I need to learn more about the architecture of quantum computers at a high dummy level I can grasp. Me too, Shudo. Me too. Steven, can you relay the payment info to my API? No, we're not going to do that, Shudo. We're going to let Stripe deal with all the payment information. I don't want it to have anything to do with it. All right, I'm gonna go get more coffee. I didn't realize it was 6:30. I've only had 1 cup of coffee so far, so I'm gonna go get some more coffee. If you guys are gonna stick around and hang out, thank you very much. If you're gonna leave because my chair is gonna be empty for a couple minutes, I understand it's totally okay. But if you want to stay and listen to some music and talk to chat, you're more than welcome to do said things. I'll just be right back. I'm gonna go upstairs and pull an espresso shot. I guess I could also put chat up right here. So let's do that. You know what's crazy is we've only had new Twitch followers today. We've had no new YouTube followers, which is pretty cool. There's actually people on Twitch. Twitch to me seems like a ghost town of a place to try to build a stream, but it seems like a lot of people like it. That's where a lot of people like to consume their stream content. But it seems like a ghost town to me. Dude, I cannot get this chat cropped the way I want it. Okay, that's good enough. I gotta stop fiddling with it. That's good enough. All right, I'm gonna get coffee. I'll be right back. Steven, you are treating us like a ghost town. What
Did
do you
we
expect?
just become best friends?
Thanks, it's don't know for following, man. I did treat you like a ghost town for a little while, Cody, and I'm very sorry. I'm gonna have to be much more disciplined about making sure I have all the chat. I'm reading all the chat. That's my bad. Yeah, you gonna go get some too, Bob? Okay, yeah. Coffee time. We'll be back. Also, I did add a gifted membership alert on YouTube. I'm just saying, if anybody wants to test it out, I did add one. All right, I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm just gonna get a hoodie real quick. I like that StreamerBot highlights messages in chat when someone tags me. Good morning, Tad. Hello. Good to see you, man. All right, chat goes back up here. Turn that off now. Shift W. Let's see. Just a coffee break real quick. As for what was missed, some discussion about quantum computing, cutting edge GPU programming. Oh, yeah. Unique UX. So what were Unique UX? What were you talking about? Timelines. That coffee grinder is loud. You heard it all the way upstairs, honey? Is it really that loud? Do you think I'm waking the people when they stay here at our house? Do you think the coffee grinder wakes them up in the morning? I know how we can solve this, honey. We can get another espresso machine for just the basement. Actually, we can get an espresso machine for my office. That's how we can fix this. You don't like that idea? That's a quantum mechanics thing. When you observe it, they collapse. Oh, okay. Now I understand why you were saying that. I was confused there for a second, but now I'm caught up. Get a barista for your office. That would be less quiet. It would be less quiet.
No, well, how about that?
Thank you, Bob.
Welcome to the party, pal. Welcome to the party, pal. Welcome to the party, pal. Welcome to the party, pal.
Dude,
welcome
Bob,
to the party, pal.
You rock. Thank you so much, man. Thank you, Bob. I appreciate it. You're a legend. For the espresso machine fund. See, honey, people
well,
are
how
already
about
lining.
that? Welcome to the party, pal. Welcome to the party,
you
pal.
You guys are too freaking nice, man.
Welcome to the party, pal. Welcome to the party, pal.
You guys are too freaking nice.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Bob, Noel, and Ulas, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We appreciate you guys. Kelsey's like, go for it, babe. See, people are already lining up to support this new espresso machine with the gifted memberships. We're eating good today. That was a good one, Oblivious. That one really got me. We're having steak for dinner. I don't know. Remember when we lived in a duplex and the neighbors thought, yes, I know. The grind, maybe it's not maybe the sound. Do you think it's the vibration of the grinder that really travels? Yeah, it's too kind. You guys are way too kind. You guys know that I really don't expect you guys to give me your hard-earned money, okay? If you want to, I will take it, and I will happily accept it and use it as motivation to continue streaming and making content, but I just want you guys to know that I don't ever expect that. So thank you very much. No, it's the sounds level. Okay, well, I guess when guests stay at our house, we'll have to move the espresso machine to the basement. What if I didn't earn it hardly? Did you think about that? I did not think about that, but I think you're all worthy of a steak dinner. Mikolas P, love you, bro. Happy holidays. Thanks for educating us. Oh, Mikolas, that's so nice. What a kind message, man. First of all, thanks for being a member. And happy holidays to you too. Happy New Year's. I hope you had a good Christmas and a good New Year's. If you expected we would not have done it, well, Ulas, I can't tell you enough how much I appreciate it. I just want you guys to know that's not why I just appreciate your chat and your viewership. That's plenty enough. Appreciate you guys just hanging out with me on stream. You said we're all invited to a steak dinner. Wait, Shudo. Wait. Wait. I said I think you're all deserving of a steak dinner. Not that I'm gonna make you the steak dinner. and I have to get a few more gifted subs before I can afford to buy everybody a steak dinner. When's the dinner party again? Yeah. That would actually be kind of a fun stream. Maybe that's what we do for 10,000 subs on YouTube is we have a stream where we all eat steak together. What a weird stream. Can you imagine someone scrolling through their scrolling through their YouTube and there's just a random guy eating steak with A1? Friendsgiving at Stevens would actually be awesome. That would be awesome. It really would be. Laugh my ass off. Yeah, when's this party getting started? Where's my steak? Oh, we'll have vegan options too. You know, I know not everybody eats red meat, so we can have some alternative options as well. Steak dinner for everybody in this economy. Yeah, it's not happening. It's not happening. Freeborn Con 2026 in Kansas. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, a meetup would be awesome at some point. If my community ever got large enough to where there was multiple people in one area that was like relatively like centralized, that would be pretty cool. There's a guy I follow his YouTube channel. I'll just give him a shout out. He's not really programming or coding related. His name is Trent the Traveler. Some of you guys might have seen his stuff before. He lives in a van. Yeah, Trent the Traveler. He goes on like trips with some of his subs, or I think his Discord people from his Discord. They go on like group trips, which I think is kind of cool. Like, you know, a lot of people want to travel, but people don't want to travel by themselves. So I think that's pretty cool. But yeah, meetup would be cool. I don't know. I'm just a small little tiny channel with a, you know, guy in his basement in Kansas. Why did my application die? Oh, because I changed something. That's why. You use regular YouTube? I do use regular YouTube. Yeah. What other YouTube would I use? By Freeborn Con, I meant we all just show up at your house. There would be people would have to pitch some tents in the yard for sure. Crew, maybe we can start some open source projects. I would be happy to participate in some open source projects. I don't think I want to lead any open source projects, but I'd be happy to contribute and participate. Curly Potato, I have a lot worse streams on YouTube. There are some strange streams, that's for sure. Nope. Kelsey said nope. Too many people. Tiggy Builds, just curious how you have your main screen set up for vertical. How do you fit the whole screen in it without having to crop some of your page out? Oh, I do have to crop it. Yeah, I have to crop it, Tiggy Builds. I have it cropped to basically, I don't know, probably a half. I wish I could show it to you. I have it cropped to basically a half of the screen. So there, I have a horizontal stream over on Twitch. If you want to check that out, if you go to, where are you at, Tiggy? You're on YouTube. If you want to check out the horizontal, so you can get an idea. See at Tiggy Builds. You go to twitch.stephenfreeborn.com. But I do have to crop it. Yeah, I just work on a really tiny vertical slice of my screen, and I've been doing it now for 10 or 12 months, and I've gotten used to it. So it's not the ideal development workflow, but
Did we just become best friends?
We did, Blitzer. Thank you for following. Appreciate it. Premium. Oh, premium YouTube. Yeah, no, I don't have a premium YouTube subscription. Should I get one? Do you guys think it's worth it? Does anybody here have a premium YouTube subscription? Would you vouch? Hey, what's up, Anu? How are you? Good to see you. Definitely. Okay. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll give it a try. I don't think I've ever had a premium YouTube subscription. We've had YouTube TV for the last 2 months so I could watch football games, but I've never had premium. All good, man. Good. I'm glad to hear that, Anurag. Well, it's good to see you, man. I'm glad you're here. It's been a minute. How are your kids? Oh, my kiddos are good. Yeah, healthy. That's all you can ask for. Happy and healthy kids. Happy, healthy wife. Well, I think my wife's in the chat. I think she's happy. She's not healthy at the moment. She's kind of fighting some illness, but nothing serious, you know. Not a serious illness. So yeah, life is good. Family's all good. Sitting here in my house drinking coffee and talking to you all, trying to write some code occasionally in between chatting, doing a way more chatting. Unique UX, that should come with Gemini. It really should. When you think about, I spend $20 a month with Google, but I got to pay extra for YouTube Premium. You think they would just throw that in there, like for $5 extra, you know, or something. Who gave me the sub? It was Bob Knoll, the guy right below you. Bob Knoll gave you the sub, Rezo. Good morning, Rezo, also. Thanks for stopping in. I think you can get a month free with a trial code for New Year's. I just got an ad the other day. I'll see if I can find it. Yeah, I would love to try. I mean, I would be happy to pay for YouTube Premium. I've just never felt the need to pay for it, I guess, you know? But I can understand, like, getting rid of the ads is pretty motivating. Also, Curly Potato and Cody, I see you guys on Twitch having a conversation. I'm not ignoring you guys. I just know you're not talking to me. But I see you. I see you, Twitch. I see you. It's funny because I was originally an OG Twitch streamer. And then nobody was on Twitch, so I went to YouTube. Now I've come back to Twitch. All right, let's try to see if we can make this work end to end. Yeah. Oh, we need to extend our domain model too. So we need to go to payment. And so in addition to the ID and the amount, we are also going to store a name. And then we're going to store an optional message and an optional, no, we're not going to store the email. The email is only for Stripe. So name, amount, message is what we're going to put in the database. They have to talk to each other because you have ignored them. Kelsey, I didn't ignore them. I swear, I have not ignored Twitch. Twitch is a great platform for established streamers, but discovery on Twitch is not it. Oblivious, I thank you so much for making me feel seen, because that's been my opinion for the last year when people have asked me, like, why don't you stream on Twitch? And it's because on Twitch it's like a ghost town. Like, I'm sending a bunch of video and I'm using a bunch of bandwidth over there and there's no one really there. But now Curly Potato and Cody are there, so now that is no longer true. But at the time it was true. But yeah, I don't know how anybody would build a I don't know how anyone would build a channel on Twitch without making content somewhere else. I just don't know how it would be possible. Also, Steven, the trash is getting full. Now you're building me a honeydew list. You last bros, let's do something together. Yeah, I'm all for participating in an open source project or even a closed source project. If you guys want to do something that's just Discord community only or stuff like that, I'm totally up for participating in one. I don't know what we would build, right? Like, I don't know. Don't do it in Python though. If it's in Python, I probably won't contribute. Shido, Kelsey is exposing the ungrateful streamer that you are. She really is, isn't she? I'll go to Twitch and let them know they're loved. I appreciate you, honey. Thank you for thank you for trying to bring Twitch into my favor. Oblivious, most, if not all, the new streamers I see on Twitch got to fame from being rated by larger streamers. Oh, okay. So Twitch has kind of turned into a little bit of a streamer cartel, huh? That's interesting. So, like, if you want to be a big streamer on Twitch, you got to get in with the established streamers. I don't know if I like that. That feels kind of icky, don't it? Elas, do you have something in mind? Nothing in mind at the moment. Yeah, nothing in mind at the moment. I think we should just kind of be aware if there's an idea that someone brings up and we're all like, yeah, we love that idea. Maybe we steal it and use it for our community projects. Curly, Twitch is super hard to get noticed on. You have to use a lot of tags, find the good time slots, and really be persistent with the streaming. Okay, well, I guess we'll see how 2026 goes. I'm probably going to be there every day from 4 a.m. in the morning to 7:15 in the morning. So I guess we'll see if persistence alone is enough. Rage, yeah. Huh. I wonder if people charge. Like, I wonder if streamers are making money. Oh, there's Kelsey. Kelsey's over on Twitch now. Let's do it with Go. Keep it classy. Hell yeah. I would contribute with Go. If you guys built an open source Go project, I would totally be open. I don't know what we would build, but I would love to write some more Go. I wonder if based on what you said, Oblivious, I wonder if streamers are charging to raid other streamers. Like, I wonder if there's a marketplace that for streamers to say, like, okay, such and such, at the end of your stream, you have X number of viewers usually. I'll pay you X dollars to raid my stream. You either get rated by bigger streamers or you try to collab with bigger streamers. Interesting. I don't know how I feel about that. It seems icky. It seems like there's now gatekeepers. It seems like you can't be organically discovered there, which doesn't seem like a good way to be as a platform. I've personally seen the more unplanned types of raids leading to new streamers being seen. Okay, interesting. I could get nerdy and tell y'all to build user personas / customer profiles and ask them their issues and not just build ideas, but I won't. Actually, Unique UX, I love that idea. So I don't know who we would serve. I don't have a particular persona or customer profile that I feel like I understand well enough to solve their problems. Right? For example, here's a good example. StreamerBot is a good example because obviously StreamerBot was built by people who stream. It's very obvious. The people who built the software really understand what's involved in streaming. They understand who the major players and platforms and tools are because they have integrations for all of them. That's what I think makes the software so good, is because it was built by people who really understood the problem. I don't think they're like the only place that I would say that I have that understanding is maybe personal training, maybe development to an extent, right? I don't know. It's difficult. Yeah, that's why I haven't built anything. That's why I don't have why I don't have a business at this point. Ducky Boy. Oh, by the way, I added you to Awesome Developer Streams list the other day. No way, dude. I feel so honored. Thank you very much for doing that. I don't know if I'm awesome, but this is, and I don't know if it's always a developer stream, but it definitely is a stream. Merge chat TUI. Oh, yes, that would be a cool idea. Yeah, merge chat TUI would be very cool.
Did we just become best friends?
99 Oblivion, thanks for the follow. Thanks for going over to Twitch. I love that we have people that bounce between Twitch and YouTube. Driving engagement on both platforms. Sometimes it just takes a specific viewer base to like the niche of another streamer. Yeah, true. Yeah, it feels really bad in some circles, but there are still some people that get naturally discovered or kind streams that raid smaller channels. That's nice. Im Sharil. I think I'm saying your username right, but if I said it wrong, I do apologize. I'm glad you're here. Hello. Unique UX. It's a new year. Health and fitness will always be profitable. Yeah, but I don't want to do health and fitness in like the icky, ugly way that like big box gyms do. You know, like I don't want to participate in the health and fitness industry in that way. Even when I worked in it, you know, I didn't want to participate in that way. What are you gonna do though? Well, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep.
Did we just become best friends?
Alex JS, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate that. Or following, I guess. Sorry, subscribe is not the right word. Following. Sorry, my Twitch parlance is not great. I'm practicing. Unique UX, I hear you. Intent is everything. Yeah, when it comes to your business and your brand and the way you represent yourself.
Did we just become best friends?
Co Beats Bananas, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you. Yeah, it's everything. Unique UX, right? You want people to think well and positively about your name and your brand, anything you're associated with. So I don't want to be one of those scummy, like, fly by night SaaS people. All right, so we added some properties, so we need to generate a migration and we need to run that migration. There's no argument given that corresponds to, oh, yep. That would be correct. Static types for the win. Request.name. Request.message. Okay, so now we've got the events endpoint that we got to deal with. So we have a new payment, right? So the way we've got to actually fill out our payment here. So the way we do this is we have to collect it from the metadata, right? So we have to say var name and then var message. Yep. So I think what I want to do here is I want to go back to my service class, and instead of using the name of the variable, I'm going to say payment dot name, like this. That way there's always a connection between how I label things in the metadata and how I retrieve things from the metadata. So if I ever update those properties, then they'll get updated in both places. All right, so now we need to generate a migration. So we'll say source, server data. My users often work like 60 hours a week. I figured if I can save them 5 hours a week, it's a win. So that's my goal. That's what I focus on. Plus, my competitors charge crazy, and mine is $5 a month. Yeah, I think that's awesome. That's a wonderful goal. I never did ask you, Unique UX, what is the, do you want to plug it here? I mean, I know not everyone's always comfortable sharing what they're doing, but if you want to plug what you're working on here, you're more than welcome to. I would love to hear about what it is you're building. I'd like to think I'm doing meaningful work. Oh, for sure you're doing meaningful work, man. You're saving people time. That's meaningful. Time is our life, right? That is our life energy. It's time. So if you're saving people time, you're saving part of their life. That's meaningful work, man. Curly Potato, what are you actually working on? Haven't had time to watch a stream since November. No worries, Curly Potato. I'm working on a Buy Me a Coffee site. So it's basically a place where people will be able to come, and if they want to support my content creation or any of the software I built, then they'll have a place that they can make a donation if they'd like to. It's very similar to like Buy Me a Coffee, buymeacoffee.com, or the other one that I've used of other creators that I follow is called coffee.com, I think. So instead of signing up for one of these services, I thought, well, it would be fun to build my own version because, one, it would be useful to me, right? Solves a problem I have. And then two, I get to learn about the Stripe API, which I haven't ever used before. So that's what I'm building. AI Bubble Burst 2026. I don't necessarily know if I want to see the bubble burst, but I'd like to see the volume, the volume knob on the hype machine turned down like 2 or 3 notches. That would be nice. I'm sure the bubble is gonna burst at some point, but you know, I'll take just turning the hype down a little bit. Unique UX. It's not a plug, but I'll tell you the users are eBay, Facebook, Marketplace resellers. Nice, very cool, Unique UX. Yeah, keep going, dude. Keep getting users. An AI negotiator. Everything's got to have AI in it. Yeah, everything's got to have AI in it. If your business name doesn't have AI in it, good luck. All right, so we'll do .NET EF migration. And we want to add, we added message, sorry, name, message properties to payment model. Excuse me. That's cool. Then you also don't have to deal with the cuts with the different platforms' sake. I guess. I mean, I think Stripe still will charge me something, so I think so. So I'll still have to give a vig to somebody. But yeah, I mean, it cuts out those folks. You know, the buy me a coffee and. All right. So what are the build errors here? Could not copy. Oh, it's because I have it running. I have it running in another tab here. You know, I was complaining earlier about Twitch being a ghost town, but we've actually had way more followers from Twitch today than we have had subscribers from YouTube, which is pretty crazy. It actually makes me wonder if I have StreamerBot misconfigured or something, because normally we usually get quite a few YouTube subscribers in a stream, or at least more than on Twitch. So now I'm kind of worried if I messed up the alert. Let's see, new YouTube subscriber. We toggle the subscriber alert, new subscriber. No, it works. Yeah, it's on. Huh. We just haven't had any new subs to the channel. Or at least
Did we just become best friends?
D Go Double, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. I feel like you can see more on Twitch than YouTube when watching on a phone. Yes. It because Kels, the Twitch stream is getting horizontal, the horizontal output. Which I should let people know on YouTube. There is a horizontal stream if you're interested in that sort of thing, but for YouTube it's members only. But if you want, let's see, if you want a horizontal version of the stream, there is a members only version here on YouTube. Or you can go to https:/twitch.stephenfrequent.com. Yeah, that's why, honey. Though that's why you can see more on the Twitch one. I'm so tired of AI. I have reached a point where I don't want to use it unless I really, really have to, which is sacrilegious to say out loud when you work in anything IT. Curly potato, yes. AI native discrimination is a thing now in the workplace. Like, you have to, and I think that's what people have to be really mindful of when you see a lot of the engineers at big tech companies getting up and pushing AI and pushing the use of AI a lot. You have to remember that they are heavily incentivized from a career perspective because of the companies they work at. They're heavily incentivized to portray themselves as being very pro AI, even though they might have their own reservations about it. So it's something to keep in the back of your mind, for sure. That, like, I think a lot more engineers, there's a lot more people in tech that aren't huge fans of using AI or AI being used, but sort of have to be right now because that's what's on brand. Yeah, for sure. I do use AI. The thing is, I'm not anti-AI, and I'm not AI is going to eat the world. I'm somewhere in the middle. I'm like LLMs are a really interesting, cool tool that make a lot of problems easier to solve, but I don't think it's the second coming. Personally, I prefer the Twitch UX. Nice. Well, go over to Twitch. Everyone, go to Twitch. I didn't mean Oblivion. I didn't mean like you need to get out of here. I meant like go to the platform that you prefer to consume content on. That's all I meant. I wasn't trying to be rude. I realized when I said that my tone kind of sounded harsh. Yeah, but on YouTube, you makes you turn your phone. On Twitch, it doesn't. Yeah. Yep. That makes sense, honey. Yeah, that's because YouTube is getting vertical and horizontal, but huh. Does it really do that? Now I'm curious now that my wife said that. Is that really the UX that's on YouTube? Because that's pretty cool. So there's vertical there. But there should also be a horizontal one. Yeah, interesting. Well, there you go. My wife agrees with you, Oblivion. Twitch is better. That is my main reason for preferring Twitch. I also like the chat functions here more as well. If you don't actively click show all messages on YouTube, you will miss messages, and also just the overall design I think is nicer. Yeah, I don't understand why YouTube does that, where they have two different chat modes. They have like all chat and then they have like top chat. I don't understand why they do that. Like just give everyone all the same chat in chronological order and move on. Chat doesn't need to be more complex than that. Good morning, Cyberlanka. Welcome to the stream. As a writer, interactive writing is amazing. As a writer, AI stole my job. Oh, dude, I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't realize AI had impacted you like that, Unique UX. When is your Linux phase? Dude, everyone is waiting for my Linux phase. How about this? How about this? So the commitment I've made to chat is that whenever I get a new laptop, I will do that laptop as a Linux daily driver, and we can use my capture card and I can develop off that machine. The problem is I need to save the money to buy the laptop. So whenever I save the money and I buy the laptop, that's when my Linux Arc will be in. The only one getting offended is YouTube. Good. Okay. I didn't want to offend you. That's what I was most worried about. YouTube can be offended. I don't care. Alex JS. Personally, I tried to code by myself first, and when I hit a wall, I just asked GPT and tried to understand the code snippets to follow along. I think that sounds like a great plan, Alex. Kratos, what extension are you using to code on PowerShell? Kratos, this is NeoVim. Here you go, Kratos. Let's see. I'm going to drop my NeoVim configs in the chat there for you. And then you can also go to https at Kratos. Kratos God of War, nice username, by the way. https://neovim.dev. No, it's neovim.io. Sorry, that's the wrong thing. It's neovim.io. Neovim.io. That's the proper website. That's the terminal-based editor that I use. Yeah, direct replies on Twitch is very cool. I like that. It's great that I can have access to a senior kind of dev and progress over time. Couldn't agree more with you, Alex. I think using AI as like a rubber duck or as like a senior that you pair with is a great idea. I think you just have to be really careful when you're learning. If you actually want to obtain competency, you have to make sure that you aren't tricking yourself into thinking you're learning by using AI. That's the part that's really what's the word? There's a word for it that I can't think of. But basically, AI can be sort of sneaky in the sense that when you're using it, it makes you feel like you're learning, but you're really not learning. It's the same thing with like tutorials. It's very sneaky. You can feel very productive and feel like you're making a lot of progress, but then somebody takes away your AI or somebody takes away your tutorial and you're like, I don't know anything. So that I would just be careful with that. Curly potato. I'm in the middle as well when it comes to AI. I know we simply just have to use it since the higher ups want it, and sometimes it's genuinely useful. I just don't like when people use it to make art or music. I have a lot of friends who are artists, and seeing them lose opportunities because they want fair pay is sad. Yeah, that is very sad. I think AI as a tool that enables people to do things is great. AI as a tool that replaces humans or pushes humans aside, I think that way is not the right way. Yeah, I agree with what Oblivion said. Oblivion's got great takes on using AI, both for productivity and for learning. Oblivion's like one of the only people in the entire world that I've asked to show me their vibe coding workflow, and she actually took the time to do it. I think you can do that as well on YouTube. You have to right click on the messages. Oh, you can do direct replies on YouTube? I didn't know that. That's cool. Learned something new today. Counterproductive. Yeah, maybe that was the word I was looking for. Counterproductive. It's like another word for sneaky. It's AI can be not nefarious. AI can be, I don't know. There's a word for it. It's like it's almost like a bait and switch where like AI makes you feel really smart and makes you feel like you're learning a lot, and then someone turns off ChatGPT and you forget how to write a for loop, right? Or someone turns off Copilot and you can't remember how to use that particular API. And it's like, wait a minute, I thought I knew how to do that. And it's like, no, you didn't really know how to do it. You just knew how to read the AI doing it. Yeah, I didn't know that either. I thought you had to tag them too. That's what I thought, Kels. Yeah, just people mentioning each other. I thought that's how I've always replied to people on YouTube, is just tagging them, mentioning them. I tried to make a shorts card game using YouTube playlists, but their playlist shuffle doesn't actually work. Well, that sucks. But that sounds like a fun game. So Unique UX, can you describe that game a little bit? Like what was the intention behind the game? That sounds like kind of a fun project. The higher ups literally are in an AI religion. Well, I don't think it's a religion, Unique UX. I think the business people, when it comes to AI, I think the business people are so excited about AI is because for the first time in their life, they have this tool that people are telling them, you can use this to automate white collar jobs. And that's a kind of a relatively new thing, in my opinion. Like white collar knowledge worker type of jobs, they're being sold this tool that, hey, you can replace some of your human expense with this thing, right? I don't think that's really true, but I think that's why the business folks are kind of ate up with AI at the moment, in my opinion. They're being sold this promise, right, of like all this increase in productivity, or all this decrease in human expense. And I'm not sure it's actually going to deliver on either of those things, in my opinion. Alex, are you working as an engineer in a tech company, by the way? So I work, if you ever want to, Alex, let me go over to Twitch here. And let's say, post my LinkedIn over there. So if you ever want to, Alex, I just dropped my LinkedIn in the Twitch chat, or there should be a link. Oh, whoops. No, I didn't. I did not type the right command. There you go. I'll try again there. Yeah, so if you ever want to creep on my professional history, go to linkedin.stevenfreeborn.com. I work for a tech company based in Kansas City, Kansas, and we make GRC software. But my job there is as a quality engineer. So I'm not actually employed as what you would call like a developer. My job is to do automated and manual testing at the company I work for. AI can be misconstrued. Yeah, maybe misconstrued. Mischievous. Misleading. Misleading is a good word. Yeah, it can be misleading. Using AI can mislead you. It can mislead you into thinking you're learning more than you're actually learning. But that's not new, though. Tutorials have been doing that long before AI was here. So the playlist is a deck. The cards can be visually stunning. You play by saving cards to your playlist and send it to a friend and they shuffle. I think that's a kind of a cool idea, man. Yeah, I think that's very cool. They're discovering without understanding that people have been writing Excel and Bash automations for decades. Yeah. Cause Excel and Bash automations have been there, right? But it's the fuzzy part of white collar knowledge work that has never been automatable, right? It's humans' ability to deal with edge cases and exceptions and reason about things, right? That the LLMs sort of kind of are able to do in a way, or they're able to approximate that type of work in a way that historically was very difficult to do with like the traditional programming model, right? So I think that's why businesses are so ate up with it, right? They being sold that it's this potential for all types of productivity increases and savings, and I'm just not sure it's going to get there. I only used Twitch to watch Critical Role before they got their own platform, so I haven't been on Twitch in forever. Forgot how much I like it over here. Well, honey, I'm glad you like it over there. Why don't you should help drive engagement. You can comment both on Twitch and on YouTube. I love you, Kelsey. Thanks for hanging out with me on stream. You're always welcome to come down here too. We could put a chair for you, and you could have a little reading nook in the office back here if you wanted to come hang out downstairs. I'm sure the bed is much more comfy though than sitting in a chair. $5.5 years. I missed that before. That's a good stint. Bob, are you talking about my current job? What are you talking about? 5.5 years. The main channel, the card game owner makes the cards. It didn't work because YouTube doesn't have a real playlist shuffle that breaks the whole game. Then after I made that and complained to YouTube, they added YouTube games. They stole your idea. Curly potato. He's talking to my wife. Yeah, good point. I noticed that to use AI for learning, I have to ask for a compilation of study guides and final exams as opposed to asking for lessons. Those I prefer from a textbook. It's not a bad strategy. I've heard a lot of people's strategies for learning AI is to like ask it, or learning with AI is to like ask it to give itself like a persona, you know? I just think you have to be mindful of that. I think you have to be mindful of what context are you in when you're using AI. Are you using AI to learn, or are you using AI to be uber productive? Are all the cool kids hanging out over here? I love this. I love the fact that people are bouncing between the platforms. That's so funny. That's so funny. Hey, good morning, Born to Shine. You are not late, sir. I'm not working today, so you're not late, man. We're gonna stream for a little bit longer than usual today, but welcome to the chat, man. Thanks for being a member, as always. Really appreciate that. Let's see, who was it? DWAB. Okay, I got the SSE to work and actually stream the response. Well, DWAB, that deserves some claps. Let's clap it up for DWAB. Let's go. Who's the man? DWAB is making service and events happen. Good job, dude. That's killer. It's so fun when you get something like that working for the first time and you're like, holy shit, it actually works. And I did it. I did that. It's like such an awesome experience. It's one of the best parts of programming and coding. The 5 Ma Freeborn podcast could be fire. It could be fire. Me and Kelsey did a podcast for a little bit. Or the 5 a.m. podcast. What do you mean? Yeah, the 5 a.m. podcast. Yeah, me and Kelsey did a podcast for a little bit. It was fun. Yeah, Bob transitioned over from YouTube. All right, I think we have everything we need now to stick stick a thing into our database. So we need to start in Grok so that we can proxy requests from Stripe to our backend. So let's go ahead and fire up the server again. .NET watch. And then I'm going to fire up ngrok. Ngrok, proxy it to that place. Yeah. All right, let's give this a test. Let's see if we can persist things into the DB. Oh, I need my Stripe testing cards. Testing cards. Curly potato, how long do you normally stream? So my schedule, I'll just drop my schedule there for everybody in the chat real quick. This is my normal schedule. It's 4:15 a.m. to 7 a.m. Central Time is when I normally stream. So that gives me 4 a.m. is a reasonable time for me to wake up without having to go to bed super early. And then 7 a.m. gives me like an hour to see my kiddos and get ready before I have to kind of start work for the day. So that's why it's kind of that weird, odd early morning hours. But that's the best time for me to be able to get in a couple hours of uninterrupted time on stream. But on days when I'm off or the weekends when we don't have really anything going on here at the house, I'll usually stream a little bit later. This is only a test. Let's not provide an email. Click buy. That worked. We'll click on card. 12, let's do 1, 12, 29, 888, 66062. We'll click pay. All right, I think that worked. I think it worked. Although I don't, it looks like there's some sort of overlay, doesn't it? .NET compiler. It's like it's triggering an overlay. I don't know why. But I don't think that's from my website. I think that's from .NET. All right, let's see if that record's in the database now. So I'll do SQLite 3 data development.db. Oh, you know what it is? I'm guessing when I modify the database, it's causing my app to restart because the database is in the directory that .NET's watching. That's what's happening. So I need to move the database location. Select star from payments. Looky there. So that's what is that? 10,000 cents, right? There's my message. Okay, so now what we need to do is let's see if we're not returning these on our get payments endpoint, right? So let's open Postman real quick. Dude wishes he didn't have to slow down to sleep. If I could get rid of sleep as a biological requirement, I would, man. Sleep is so boring. Okay, so now on our payments endpoint, this returns the saved payments. We're only getting the amount, but we'd like to get the name, the message as well. So we'll get that back. Hello, Kevin. How's Kenya? What time is it there? You got to be ahead of me by quite a number of hours, right? Probably 8 hours or so. So it's afternoon for you. I mostly just see your shorts or the end of your streams when I make lunch, but that is only for the days I have home office. Well, Curly Potato, I appreciate you keeping up with me at all, man. You've got a life, and I hope your life is busy and it's full and it's everything you want it to be. And if you can pay a little attention to my content, that's great. If not, no worries, dude. It's 16:39. Oh, so it's you're 4 o'clock. Yeah, so you're like ending your day. You're wrapping up for the day, Kevin, huh? Nice. All right, let's modify our endpoint here to return what we want. So payment record is going to have a public string name. And it's going to have a public string message.
Did we just become best friends?
Thank you for the follow, MBT MB Thame Thalls. I don't know how to say your username, but thank you for following the channel. I appreciate you. It's very kind. All right, now let's try this again. My app restarted. Great. Okay. Now we've got our amount, and we've got our name, and we've got our message, which means we have all the data that we need to respond to our request. However, there's one problem with my current response structure. So you'll see right now, I'm returning kind of this aggregate that has the payments key in it. And this endpoint is paged, or it's going to be paged. So you can see right here, I've got query params that I can pass. However, you can see down here in the response, I'm not providing any indication of like total page number, all that stuff. Like I'm not telling people like how many pages are there to retrieve and what current page are you on and how many pages are there still to go. So the front end won't be able to actually properly implement like a pagination algorithm against this response. So I need to update the response to support that. And I think what I'll do is this is only going to be used on this one endpoint right now, and if it's used elsewhere, we can always refactor later. But what we want the response to have is we also want the response to have total, let's see, sorry, int is going to be total number of payments, yep. And then we also want probably total number of pages, and then we're going to want current page number, I think. I don't think they need to know the page size. Yeah, I think this is enough for the front end to do what it needs to do. So we can use the total number of payments to display kind of like a progress bar to say like, well, how many have we loaded out of how many there are? If we want to do that, I don't know if we actually will do that. And then this will be the total number of pages, which is just going to be based on the current page size. And this is the current page number. So we'll come back up to our response here. And I'm just using the context right here in the handler, which is probably not the best pattern. But for this application, it's perfectly fine, I think. Yep. That's right. And then that should be right. So this does not have a count async, does it? Count async. Why is that complaining? The type argument for method async enumerable count async cannot be inferred from the usage. Try specifying the type. What do you mean it can't be inferred from the usage? I got an emote. Nice. Yes, I've got custom emotes on Twitch. Yeah. Oh, cause you redeemed emote unlock. Nice. Very cool. Anthropic has gone on record multiple times in 2025. Their lead engineers like Boris Cherny and even Dario Amodei stated internally 80 to 90% of the code at Anthropic is generated by Claude. That's pretty impressive, Daryl Mack. Yeah. I've not watched that interview with Boris Cherny. I've seen clips of that interview with Boris Cherny that's been floating around YouTube. I'd like to sit down and watch it all. If that is actually the case, that's very impressive. You know, it's very impressive. Cut scope, one page only, last 10 messages. We could do that. Ship it so we can buy coffee. All right, fair enough. We'll get it shipped. Unique UX. Anthropic also has a group of elite software engineers using AI. That's why they can have AI write 80% of the code. Well, I think it's fine for Boris and Dario Amodei to come out and say that. I think it's a whole other thing for them to offer actual evidence and proof of it, right? So like, actually show me your engineers, like film put your engineer on a live stream, like show me their code, like show me them doing that. Like, what does that look like for AI to write 80% of the code? It's one thing to say something like, I'm from the show me state. I'm from Missouri. Like, show me. Don't, like, talk is cheap. Like, show me the code. I know people are going to say, well, they can't do that because it's sensitive code and it's proprietary and intellectual and yada, yada, yada. But then how do I actually believe your claims? How do you actually support your claims that 80 to 90% of the code is written by Claude code? Man, just a couple math and comp sci PhDs, nothing my local model can't compete with. AI generated code makes completely unmanageable code bases. Yeah, I haven't worked really heavily in a completely AI generated code, but I still I'm Ryan. First of all, good morning. Glad to see you. Hope you're doing well, sir. Thanks for being a member. The thing is, I'm not going to say people are lying. I'm not going to say people are being deceitful. What I'm saying is the same thing that has been said in science for the last 100 years. If you make a claim, the onus is on you to provide evidence to support that claim. You can't just get up in front of a room and say 80% of all code that at our company is generated by AI and then expect everyone to take you at your word. You need to offer concrete, verifiable proof and evidence that that is actually the case. You can't just expect people to believe you. It doesn't work like that. Oh, Kelsey's found another critter in the chat. I love that. See, honey, there's people out there who love Critical Role just as much as you do. Those devs must be invested in AI developer companies. Well, yeah, and I think that you have to be suspicious of people that make claims like that about things that they have a financial vested interest in it. It's basically Dario Amodei or Boris Cherny coming out and saying, we use the product that we build and sell to automate 80% of the work of our engineers, is basically the equivalent of like a health and fitness company coming out and saying the product that we make and that we sell helps us maintain our fit. Like there's a conflict of interest there, because you both make it and sell it, and you're also making claims about it that benefit you, right? So there should be skepticism. There should be skepticism. It doesn't mean that I'm calling those people a liar. I'm just saying I'm skeptical. You can't expect everyone just to take you at your word and be like, yeah, well, Boris Cherny or Dario Amodei said 90% of their code is written by AI. So yeah, obviously anyone can do it. We all should be able to have Claude Code write 90% of our code. Nah. Yeah, I definitely agree they will be overselling their own product. I don't know if that's what's happening. I'm just saying I have yet to see an Anthropic engineer live stream themselves actually showing that all they do all day is just give AI instruction and sit there and let AI do all the work. That's basically what I'm saying is the equivalent to pick sort didn't happen. That's basically what I'm saying. Pick sort didn't happen. My biggest concern with AI generated code is that when AI is trained on AI generated data, the quality of the generation decreases exponentially. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. I guess we're in the middle of that experiment, right? Because there's a lot of data being used for training now is synthetic. So I guess we're gonna find out what AI is like when it's trained on its own synthetic generated data here over the next few years. Bob Knoll, there's a vid on YouTube of Claude Code doing all of AOC 2025 in 2 hours. That is badass. I'm glad then I turned off Copilot while I did Advent of Code, because that was my suspicion, was that these LLMs could like one-shot the AOC problems. Because at the end of the day, the AOC problems are just data structure and algorithm problems hidden behind some Christmas holiday language. So there's really just pattern recognition in there. So I would imagine Claude Code has likely been trained on solutions to those exact problems or similar problems. All right, I don't understand why. I don't understand why this thing is unhappy. dbset.count.async. Let's see, entity framework get count of dbset. It's going, let's see, 2 hours. I'm almost certain it could be done in just under an hour. That's pretty crazy. It's going to be one of the biggest feedback loops ever, and it's going to send the entire tech industry into a tailspin. You think? I guess we'll see. I don't know. I'm so burnt out on AI, honestly, to be honest with you guys. It's not that I don't like AI, I'm just so burnt out on the conversation, you know? Excuse me. I think there's a count. Asynchronously returns the number of elements in a sequence that satisfy a condition. Oh, so I have to give a delegate to it. What if I just want the count for all of them? Do I just do this? Nice. Okay. Then we're gonna say var payment records. Yep. And then we're gonna say new response is going to be equal to, yep, that, and that, and that. But I don't like that it used named parameters. I don't know why it did that. I always feel like using named parameters is just risky, right? Because you always run the risk of, like, some people don't treat changing parameters as breaking a contract. I know this is my own code, but I'm always thinking about things in terms of, like, well, what if it wasn't my own code? All right. Now we should be able to hit this endpoint, and we should be able to get back metadata. So the total number of payments is 4, total number of pages is 1, current page number is 1. So if we change our page size, right? params. Let's change this page size to 1. And we send that. Yep. Now the question is, oh, you know what? I completely forgot about a field because we want to have these ordered. We want to be able to have these ordered. So we need to add another field, don't we, to our model? We need like a created at or like a, yeah, we need like a created at date. So let's do public long created at, yeah. And then we're going to need to carry that into the database over here. Now, this is something in C# that really bothers me. A lot of people will do this, right? So let's say I want to get the created at in milliseconds. So what they'll do is they'll say date time dot UTC. Is it ticks I want? I don't think I want ticks. I want milliseconds. Milliseconds? Yeah, milliseconds. A lot of people will do this, right? And so basically now you've taken a dependency on this static date time thing. What you really should do is you should pass in the time provider. So this is a new base or an abstract class they added. People used to implement themselves. People used to implement these time providers themselves. But .NET provides one now out of the box. So what we should do is we should say from services, give me the time provider. And then down here, instead of taking a hard-coded dependency on date time, we should use the time provider. We say time provider get UTC now dot milliseconds. Oh, no, that's not. Returns the number of milliseconds that have elapsed since, yeah. And that's why I should probably rename this property, shouldn't I? I should probably rename this to Unix, like it recommended. Where's the syntax error? Oh, yep. Now what we have to do is we have to go back to program CS and we need to add that. So we got to say builder. I guess we'll do it up here. We'll say builder.services.add singleton, and then we'll do time provider .system, which just uses the underlying normal API that you would normally use, but now you have it injected through DI. So if you ever want to test this or mock this, now you can, or you have a way to control what exact time gets put in the database, which is nice. You're not relying on the static property, the static class, I should say. Okay, what now? Well, I guess date time is not a static class. It just has a static method or property on it. What we want to do now is we want to add a new migration. So let's exit SQLite. AI will just wait until all the OG programmers die and write assembly. It's not a bad strat. Studies have shown that when AI gets vision, for example, their scores jump exponentially on things like coding. Well, that's pretty cool. Bob Knowles, C# fail. Indeed, C# fail. The code that was generated, and hackers are going to have a field. If you have, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going to happen, man. I don't know how the AI story is going to play out. It's either going to be, it could be good, it could be bad, it could be a little bit of both. Who knows? You reminded me when I discovered DI in Python project last year that had me psyched for a few weeks. I love dependency injection. A lot of people like to shit on dependency injection, but man, dependency injection sure does make it a lot easier to test your code. It's way more straightforward to test your code when you're using dependency injection. Yeah, +1 for Bob. I'm glad you agree, man. You're a sane individual.
Dependency injection is goated.
I love the way that voice says dependency injection. Listen to that.
Dependency injection is goated.
Oh, did I misspell it? That's why it's saying it like that. It's because I misspelled it. It should be dependency. I just love that feeling of middleware. Wherever I'm creating a new class or I'm going to take middleware's, yeah, middleware's goated too.
Dependency injection is goated.
There we go. It's already 8. Holy shit. Okay, let's see if we can get our payments displayed on our front end. So let's go back to our let's add our migration. Go to .NET EF add migration. We'll call it add created at timestamp. You know what? I think the way I did this is okay for what I'm doing, but honestly, if this was a real, like, if this was something that I wanted to plan to extend in the future, this created at Unix stamp, I would probably stick that on like a base class. And then in the DB context, I would probably override this so that every time the DB context calls save async, it just automatically sets that created at timestamp. If it's the first time we're saving that model, like that's probably the better way to do it. It's a little bit more, but this is fine for what we're doing. Yeah, we'll just add it. Okay, add created at timestamp to payments model. Oh, this isn't going to work because I have it running. D go double. What's your opinion on use var compared to using a divine type to match the assigned return type to apply readability and clarity? So I think .NET actually recommends using explicit typing versus implicit typing. I actually think if you use the .NET new editor config template, I think it will actually, by default, that editor config template will push you to use explicit typing. I'm not a fan. I don't know if it's because I write a lot of JavaScript or what, but I really prefer implicit types. So I use the var keyword everywhere in my C# code. That's just a meism. The one place where I've come to start using explicit types quite a bit is the new collection expression that's in C#. So now in C# we have this ability to new up collections using square brackets, kind of like you do with arrays in JavaScript. But if you use implicit typing, you can't do that, right? So if I said I had like a names list here, I can't do something like this, right? Because C# or Roslyn, the compiler is going to tell me it can't figure out what type of collection you're trying to new up here. So I've taken, because I really like the collection expression syntax a lot, I find it very readable and very succinct. It's a nice syntactic sugar. It makes my life better. This is the one place where I've taken to using explicit types. So if you do list of string like that, now the compiler's happy because it can figure out, oh, you want to initialize a collection of type list of strings. Great, I'm happy, right? So this is where I kind of flip on my preference. I almost always default to implicit, but if I'm doing something with the collection expression, I'll usually use explicit. But I know everyone has a preference. You know, everyone has their preferences. Unique UX bro, unpin me please. Oh sure, yeah. Sorry man, I didn't know that was bothering you. Feel free to tell me to do that anytime. Unpin. You are unpinned, sir. Go double. Okay, sweet. I appreciate the explanation. Of course, yeah. Of course. I'm always happy to offer my thoughts. I mean, I'm not saying my thoughts are right. Just to make that clear, like I'm definitely, you know, other people have other thoughts about that sort of thing, so I'm happy to be disagreed with, but that's where I am at currently. Let's see, Daryl Mack. I'm so confused on why people believe AI hype is so lame. When you have vibes on the internet now, or videos on the internet now fooling people, even people who know how to look for AI videos getting fooled, how can the hype be wrong? Well, I think the hype that I'm worn out about, and I think particularly the hype that I don't know. I'm gonna talk for myself, Daryl, but I think the hype that I'm worn out about is the hype that somehow AI is going to eat the world and everyone's jobs, and it's going to tear down everything that we know and love today. I'm just so tired of hearing that. Like, it's just boring. I don't think that's what's going to happen, but I get it. That drives a lot of engagement and it sells a lot of services, but I'm worn out by it because that's not what's happening. Does anyone live in the real world? Like, that's not what's happening. Like you ask the everyday person, how do you use AI, or how does AI impact your life? Like, for most people, it just doesn't. Daryl, you just do a little reading into Claude and into the lead coding AI, and there's no way you could believe that this isn't the future. I don't think it is the future, man. I think AI helping developers develop is definitely the future, but I don't think LLMs are going to eat the world. I don't think LLMs are our path to AGI, Daryl. I'm sorry, man. I just don't agree. But I have no proof to offer to support that. It's just my opinion. So we'll have to come back here in 10 or 20 years. We'll have to come back here in 2046 or 2036, and we'll have to check back in. Also, AI-generated images have no use for the consumer. Please change my mind. I think I would agree with that statement. Unique X. It's fancy autocorrect, dude. You can't get with AGI with quantum mechanics, and they don't want to do that for some reason. I just don't think. I think AGI. So, going back to your question, Daryl, if you're still here, I think AGI is not overhyped. Like, if you can actually get to AGI, I think, yeah, that will change the world. But I think we're a long ways away from that. And I think the AI companies think we're a long ways away from that. If the AI companies were really on the cusp of bringing AGI to life, do you think they would be worried about doing all the dumb shit they're doing right now? They'd just be focused on bringing AGI to life, because AGI would render all the bullshit they're working on useless. You wouldn't need it anymore. I feel like we took over Steven's chat with Critter Talk, but my kids are up, so I'm out for now. Nice chat. See you, honey. Love you. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for bringing the Critter chat. I would love my chat to be infiltrated with a bunch of critters. All Critical Role fans are welcome. scam Altman, AGI just around the corner, bro. Just give me more money. I mean, you know how I feel about Sam Altman. I'm sure he's a very pleasant husband and a very nice father, but as a businessman, I would not do a deal with Sam Altman. And nor does he probably want to do a deal with me. I'm just a random 32-year-old dad in his basement, opining on things I know nothing about. The current mantra at my work is AI everything, and what they really mean is automate everything. Management doesn't really want AI, they want purpose-built solutions to streamline workflows. Exactly, Ryan, but what's frustrating is we all know that things can be automated, just like you proved with your project, that incredible drawing project that you did for them. We all know with good engineering we can automate lots and lots of things, and LLMs can be a part of those automations. They can help orchestrate things. They can help bridge the gap between human speaking or writing and an actual action being undertaken. But at the end of the day, Ryan, to your point, businesses want deterministic automations, actual guarantees and assurances that the thing they want done is done. And that's not what LLMs were built to do, right? And so that's why there's all this engineering being put around this agentic thing, right? We're trying to take a probabilistic technology and put a lot of guardrails and a lot of code and a lot of engineering to make it deterministic in useful ways. So I couldn't agree with you more, Ryan. It's the automated dream, and it's being sold to them through the guise of AI. Couldn't agree with you more. There's just a lot of money to be made right now. There's a lot of money to be made by people who are selling AI tools and services. I imagine this is what it was like when cloud computing first entered the scene. I imagine this is what it was like in the web era. Everyone has a hammer and is running around with their hammer and looking at everything like a nail and telling people, you have a nail and I have a hammer, and my hammer will help you drive the nail. I think that's a lot of what's happening. All right, so we're going to do the sorting on the database side. So I'm going to extend ambiguity between payment.message. Whoa, what did I just break? It's like my LSP just broke everything. Built around dog shit infrastructure. I'm not sure about the infrastructure, but I think there's definitely people who are selling at. There's a lot of aspirational purchasing and aspirational selling going on, and that's fine. People are welcome to make their money. That's fine. Okay, so I'm probably also gonna want people to be able to sort this. So in the get payments endpoint, we're gonna extend the request to support page size, page number. We're also gonna support sort direction. And that is gonna default to null, which means what does that mean? It means that if you give me a sort direction, if sort direct, yep, exactly that. If sort direction to lower is not, or I guess to upper is what we want. I think we should also use, it's not null. Yep, exactly that. What happened? So I deleted something where I shouldn't have deleted something, and now that's causing errors. There we go. The payment record does not exist. It does exist. It does exist. It does exist. Why doesn't it exist? So we have a closing bracket there. We have a closing bracket here. I don't understand. The biggest US export is entertainment? Is it really? Let's see, I'm not going to debate that even just as a creator, AI has done a lot hurt to the art community. I agree with it. I'm mostly frustrated with the disrespect with which AI images are then shared in those spaces. Oh, for sure, yeah. Like trying to say like, oh, I made this way with AI and it's comparable to your art. That's pretty shitty. Ryan, yep. Trying to explain to them the difference between AI and what they actually want becomes a whole 3-hour ordeal involving 5 departments in a 6-hour meeting that could have been a single email. Nah, man, just throw some AI on it. Hey, just toss some AI on it. That'll fix it. Hey, Artwork Studios, how are you? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. I'm trying to figure out what the hell I broke because I don't understand why this is telling me what it's telling me. So we have payments handler, we have the request, we have the response, we have the payment record. Do we have like one too many? I think we have one too many curly brackets somewhere, but I can't tell where. Okay, so let's take... Let's take these guys out. Let's put those guys down here. So you're saying payment record doesn't exist. Why are you saying that? Using static. Why are we having to use... I don't understand. This wasn't an issue before, but now it's an issue. Why is it an issue now? This is where having a formatting linting extension that highlights X-inch brackets is so convenient. Well, it should. Well, that I don't think my hypothesis was correct of what the problem was, but it will lint and tell me when it needs a curly brace, when it expected a curly brace but didn't get one. But I don't understand why it's complaining about not being able to find things when it was a minute ago. I changed something about the code. The name payment doesn't exist. Type. I changed something about my code in such a way that it now wants to declare the using with a static. See, like if I do the code action that fixes it, all it does is it adds a static using statement. But it's in that namespace already. So it shouldn't need to do that. Oh, you know what? I don't think this was inside the handler to begin with. That's why. Or that wasn't inside that class to begin with. I think that's what screwed it up, I think. I think that's what screwed it up. Oh, it's because it made the method, it made this static, I think, right? No? Okay, I'm just going to back out all my changes because I don't understand. It broke when I added that. That's when it broke. So why does that break? It broke because it's missing a curly. Gosh dang it was a curly brace. And I just fixed it the wrong way. Oh my goodness. This is why I think you're not intended to program and try to talk to people at the same time. Working on. It's actually what bro doing is the what bro doing. We'll give you the topic. Yes, it should be static. I see him every day, yet I miss him. Being a parent is strange. Stephen Freeborn. I did say that. Yep. I did say that. And it is strange. It really is strange. I'm sure the folks that have kids will understand what I mean by that. It's like you're constantly surprised and delighted by who your kid is and who they're becoming, but you're also constantly kind of mourning who they were and who you knew them as. You know, every year and every version of your kid is different. It's a very weird situation. Okay. So we're going to validate the request, and then we're going to use that in our Stripe service. No, not our Stripe service. We're going to use that in our get payments endpoint. And what are we going to do with that? Well, we want to make a query with it. So we want to say payments dot order by Type arguments for method cannot be inferred from the usage. Try specifying. Let's see, how is the best way to do this? Entity framework, conditional order by? Because there's a link method order by, and then there's a link method order by descending. So that's how you just do an if else. Okay. KK, that's fine. So we'll say var payments equals context dot payments dot, or actually we'll do request dot sort direction dot to lower. Man, it really wants to use that conditional logic. And really what we want to do is we just want to say order Is that what we want to do? I think that's what we want to do. This is some ugly code. But it should work. And then here, instead of redeclaring payments, we'll just assign to it. And then we'll do our pagination here after we order. So let's do payments query. And then we'll say var payments like this. There we go. Took us long enough, but we finally worked through it. Now payments query becomes payments. Wonderful. Alright, so now we have everything ordered by the created at. Descending or ascending. I think default should be descending though, don't you? Default should be descending. Which it will be. So if you don't set it explicitly to ascending, it's going to order by descending based on how I wrote that code. So that's good. Which means when we go back and we start our application again, default sort for 99% of every software that sorts data is descending. Yes, that's what we should be. We should default it to descending. Alright. Now let's try curling or postmanning this, requesting that data again. Nice. Oh, and we don't have created that, do we? Hold on. Body, params, page size, make that 50. Send that along. See Arc Studios, thanks for hanging out, man. Also, Steven, what are your mic settings for OBS? I asked another streamer about that too to get an idea of what to set my mic settings to. I just added the audio source. The only thing I did in OBS different was I applied a background noise reducer filter in OBS. But now in Meld Studio, I just turn on Magic Mic. That's the only thing I apply in Meld Studio. But I don't do anything special with my audio settings. All right, so none of these have a created at timestamp at the moment. That's because we just added that, I think. Okay, well, what do I want to do? What am I trying to do? My get payments endpoint, I'm gonna extend the response record to have a created at public, and we're gonna map that from our payment. And then we're going to do I did run that migration, didn't I? .NET EF database update. I did. Oh crap, this isn't going to succeed because I started the dang server again. Keep doing that. Okay. So we should have a migration. Let me just double check. Why do I have two? Oh, no, one. Yeah, I should have two. Okay, so we did add it. So now we just need to remove those records from our DB. So let's remove, so we'll do delete star from payments. How many times do you get to type that query? That's not a valid SQL query. How do I delete all the payments, people? SQL delete all records. Delete from, there you go, that's what it is. Delete, don't need to start. Delete from payments. And then select star from payments. Okay, it's empty. So, let's give this a few test runs. Just make sure we're getting all the data back that we expect. It's kind of a pain to test this form though, ain't it? It's kind of a pain. There's a lot of steps to it. That's why it should probably be automated. You should get right on that, Stephen. Test card number, copy, check out with the card. $8,999, 66062. Pay. All right, and then if we curl this guy, nice. All right, here we go, man. Look at us. We're doing things. So now if we do another one, we just want that one to be sorted behind it. Just make sure our sorting's working. So we'll do Stephen 10 messages, hello world. And then we'll do the same thing again. Buy card. The card number. Hey, you know, we were talking about all that. You should hire a QA engineer to automate that for you. I really should. You know, we were talking earlier about all that AI talk, and I think it's probably funny because I think most people who are using AI or doing any type of agentic development, they would probably come to my stream and they would think that what I'm doing is really stupid, because to them, this is something Claude Code, right, could have shit out in 10 minutes probably, or maybe a couple minutes. And they're probably thinking, man, this Claude Code renders everything you're doing obsolete, right? And it probably does, but the fact of the matter is that this is still just terribly enjoyably fun for me to do. So I'm just going to keep doing it. It's fun to build stuff. Cool, it's sorting properly. All right, so let's add something on the front end to grab this data and just print it to the console real quick. So we'll do app.tsx. And so down here, we're gonna, below the main, or in the main section below our form, we're going to do display previous payments. Am I allowed to put a comment in there like that? Or do I have to do that in like special? No, I think that's okay. Seems to be okay. All right, so we have to use our good friend useEffect, huh? Dude, people have so many big feelings about useEffect. UniqueEX, do you see why I wanted to be unpinned? Why did you want to be unpinned? See you, Curly Potato. Sorry, I missed your message when you left. If you're already gone. WSQL. I'm terrible at SQL. 90% of all interactions I have with the SQL database are through an ORM, so I'm terrible at raw SQL. Don't know with you, but normally comments are like, yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. I was like, I don't think I can do that in JSX, but it didn't break when it was compiled. Because that guy was calling me out, complaining and saying I was amazing. Oh, well, fuck that guy. I mean, he can call. I mean, if he wants to debate how amazing AI is, he can come at me all day, every day. I mean, people do not have to think AI is God's gift to Earth. Like, you know what I mean? Like, people are allowed to think that. They don't have to think that, though. I wonder why NeoVim doesn't do nice JSX comments like that. Display payments. I think anybody who is saying AI is all bad, and anybody who is saying AI is all good, is someone you should be skeptical and distrustful of. You know, people who speak and talk in absolutes oftentimes probably have some motives that they are not disclosing completely, in my experience. There's an agenda. Payments. And this is going to be equal to some nice union discrimination stuff. So this will start with status of loading, like that. And then we'll type this. So let's give it a nice type up here real quick. So we'll say type payment data equals status loading. And then we will union that with, come on, Copilot, help me out here. Yep. It'll have a name. It won't have an ID property. That's wrong, but we'll delete that in a second. Amount, message, email. The email it won't have an ID either. And then this is going to be equal to payments data, like that. And then we're going to do the same, basically the same thing we did in the payment form in terms of a loading behavior, or confirmation cards where we do it. It's going to have the same type of AI slop should be reserved for low quality content generated en masse. Yeah, I mean, I'm okay. I'm totally, again, it's like I'm totally okay with AI being used to empower people to do things. I just don't think because AI can empower somebody to do something they couldn't have previously done, I don't think it means we necessarily need to get rid of all the people who have a lot of skill and experience in that thing. Ryan, use effect is so frustrating. At least in Next.js, sometimes it works just fine. Others, it complains about everything, and it always seems like it randomly chooses to pitch a fit. Yeah, a lot of people just basically, all the advice I see online says don't use effect, use React query. That's all. That's what I see time and time again. It's like, oh, just don't even worry about using use effect. Use React query, which to me is like, okay, but then why, you know? Using Dapper would be a great way to learn SQL, micro ORM vibes. Yeah, I've seen Dapper. I haven't used it. And I took a whole SQL course on Free Codecamp. You know, I think most languages, whether they be query languages or programming languages, they're kind of a use it or you lose it type of thing. So if you spend all day typing SQL queries, you probably know SQL pretty well, right? I don't spend all day typing SQL queries. I very rarely have to type a SQL query. It's just not how I access the data that I work with usually. 99 Oblivious. Instigating vibe purist. Yes. I'm an instigator. I am an instigator. I just feel like we need a countervailing force on the other side of this conversation. So I'm happy to be that. Bob, you talked about being a strength conditioning coach. Thoughts on someone like me using AI to generate a workout plan tailored to the equipment I actually have? I love that. So I learned this in strength. I learned this. So if you had asked me that same question in 2012, I would have said, don't do that. AI won't give you the exact right workout plan, right? That's what I said. But if you had asked me in 2014, after 2 years of coaching and training people, if you'd asked me in 2015 after 3 years, or if you had asked me deep into my coaching career, then my response would have been like, go for it. I love it. Because what I learned as I was training and coaching people is that the ideal program does not beat the program you don't do. Or said a different way, the program you actually do beats the perfect program, right? So while the AI doesn't have probably all the right education or knowledge or experience to craft you the best workout plan, it can give you one though. And the one you do is the one that matters. So there's a lot of overlap to that advice in vibe coding sphere, right? If you can't build anything and you want to be able to do something, right, you can use AI to get you started, right? And that might be all you need, right? Just like in your case, Bob Knoll, it might be all you need is just to generate a workout plan to get you moving in the right direction. And that's all you need. But at some point when you're ready to go to production, or you want something that's optimized specifically and well tailored for your specific plans and goals, then it probably does suit you to talk to somebody with some experience and some, concrete training and coaching experience, right? So It doesn't bother me though if people use AI to generate workout plans. What I came to find as a trainer and as a coach is that a lot of the times people work with coaches and trainers because they like the coach and the trainer, right? Most people can't evaluate whether a coach or a trainer is a good coach or trainer. They just know they like their coach or trainer. Use effect for when every bit of state was handled client side. Now that state handling is so commonly handled in the hybrid approach, query is better since most web apps handle the majority of application state in the database instead of reacting to user actions and writing the data afterwards. Yeah, I think using query params for state is pretty interesting pattern. I think it's a nice pattern when you want to be able, especially when you want to be able to like navigate back to that particular place or that particular state. I think it's an interesting approach. Especially, I would agree with the advent of React server components and a lot of front-end people realizing that you can actually render stuff on the server in the last couple of years. There's kind of been a return to trying to leverage some of those old school web APIs and web functionality to make use of that. But for what I'm doing here, use effects fine. I'm just retrieving some data from a database and painting it on the screen. The only time I use effect now is during user data entry as there is no state on the server. Yeah, makes complete sense. Makes complete sense. I still personally though, I still sometimes just the idea, the simplicity of an architectural decision of this is my client makes requests for data to a server and the server returns that data and the client paints that data on the screen. I still that whole architectural model is such an easy way to understand and think about a solution and solving a problem that oftentimes I think anything beyond that is a little over engineered. Good Lou 85. Hi, how are you? Hi, I'm good. Good Lou. I'm actually towards the end of my stream here. I've got about 10 minutes or so left. I chatted with a lot of people today, and I actually made progress on this project, so it's a win. It's a win. We don't want to do any of that. We don't want to do any of this. We don't need this. We're going to need to call this, but this needs to be called fetch payments. We're basically back to designing fancy CRUD apps instead of novel solutions that are pushing the limits of technology. Yes, but CRUD apps, I'm okay with CRUD apps. I mean, I'm fine with being a CRUD monkey. UniqueUX W stream. Thanks, UniqueUX. Yeah, it was a W stream. Yeah, W stream indeed. We got some gifted memes, which was great. Somebody used our new alerts. We got some followers on Twitch. We chatted a lot about some AI stuff, some not AI stuff. My wife took over the Twitch chat with Critical Role conversation for about an hour. It's been great. It's been great. I don't know why. Why did I do that? Huh. I wonder why I put that guard clause there. I guess because I was mutating state there, so I just want to make sure we don't mutate the state. That's probably why. I never said that was a bad thing. CRUD apps are extremely useful pieces of tech, especially when coupled with industry-specific logic. Oh, for sure, yeah. No, I didn't mean that. I didn't take it as you were saying it was bad. I just meant like, I think I like doing, like I just was kind of saying between those two things, it's like, I don't know if I really care too much. I mean, designing novel solutions is fun too. So I could take either work. Many people were just building layers of abstraction to flex their portfolios, in my opinion. Reliable works. Yeah, reliable does work. And I think when you're often building software for yourself, all you care about is it being reliable, right? I think users care about that as well. But even if you're just building, like I'm just building this thing for myself. So I just want to understand it and I want it to be reliable. I want it to work. And that's all I really care about, right? It doesn't need to scale. It doesn't need to be infinitely performant. So we have payments, we have set payments. And then what do we want to do in here? We want to fetch our payments, right? I don't like this song. Where's my music at? That's better. Writing a program that keeps working and remains unchanged for many years is the greatest self-honor. It really is. It really is. When shit works, it's wonderful. It's the best. It's the absolute best. Okay. So const res equals await fetch, and we are fetching the payments. And then if res is not okay, we do not want to throw an error. We just want to set the data, or set, I guess it should actually be set payment. And we should actually probably call this payment data, shouldn't we? Payment data. I know that's a great name, but set payment data. Yeah. This. Otherwise, we will attempt to get it, and then we will set it. And then if anything throws an error, we'll make sure that we set this, but we're gonna say failed to fetch payments, and then we're gonna log it though. Say console.error. That. We should probably do the same thing here, shouldn't we? I don't think I'm doing that over here. I probably should log this. We're gonna add open telemetry to this so we can actually send these errors back to our backend at some point. You have to still set all that up. Okay, so now that we have our payments data, we should be able to take the payments data and let's just display it. Let's do pre. Yeah, let's do it like that. Just display it down there. Okay, so we have status, success, payments, nothing. So the request is succeeding, but why don't we have any payments? We should have payments now, right? Or did I delete the database again? Subtractive engineering. If you can make someone else's app and combine their features and simplify the process, you made a better app, in my opinion. I kind of would agree with that. I think I'm much in favor of having tools that are simple and I kind of like that Unix philosophy, right? Even on an application level of like apps that do one or two things really, really well. Like I don't need like a behemoth app that does everything, you know? I guess I would kind of agree with you there. My latest personal project is just a fancy CRUD app that involves user input into a data visualization layer then displays aggregated anonymized user political data through the visualization layer. That's very cool. Sounds like an awesome project. What kind of political data, like voting or polls? I understand now why the Primogen uses a bouncy ball. It's like, I understand the fidgetiness. When you've been sitting in a chair for a long time, you kind of want to fidget. I understand it now. Yeah, I agree. All right, so why am I not getting any data? Pretty sure there's data in my database. Oh, that's because we're not actually dealing with this properly. So the shape of our data should actually be not set the data. It should be, and it shouldn't be data payments. What is it? It should be data. No, that should work, right? We should be getting back an object that says payments. So why is that not working? Console.log data. That's weird. Current page number is 50. Total number of pages 2. Total number of payments 2. That's not right. That's not right at all. So what's happening here? I guess the only difference here is I'm not providing page. So without the query params, things go haywire. Things go haywire without the query params. Why do things go haywire without the query params? I thought I'd set defaults for all that stuff. So page size should default to 1. Page number should default to 50, and sort direction should get defaulted to descending. What have I done wrong here? Total number of payments, total number of pages, page number. So it should be whenever this hits it, I would expect this to say, what would I expect this to say? I would expect this to say total number of payments 2, total pages 2. Current page number should be 1 though, right? So I've done something wrong. Oh, yeah, that's why. I flipped these. So this should be page number should default to 1. Page size should default to 50. That was a silly mistake. My bad. You want to do something like storage dashboard? What's that? Oh, for the open source project, you asked? A storage dashboard? A storage dashboard of what? That didn't fix it. Let me restart this. It's basically a polling website. It serves anonymized quotes, policies, political factions, historical figures. Asks the user to place a point on a political compass. It's going live next month. Dude, I can't wait. I can't wait till it goes live. I can't wait to see it. That sounds badass. Sounds like a way more complex and involved project than what I'm doing. I've been over here for 5 days, more than 5 days, tinkering with a form on a website to collect payments, and you're over here building like a whole data viz platform. All right, and now we just need to make this pretty, and then we need to add a button that allows us to load more data. To page through this. Man, this was a good day. We actually got a lot done today. Which is not saying a lot for most people, but it's saying something for me. I just realized I got auto-completed from unambiguity. Oh yeah, simple. I thought that's what you meant, Oblivious, when you wrote that. I figured that's what you meant. Simple is unambiguous, right? It's easy to I think, and to me, I think a lot of the times when I'm writing code or I'm building things, that's what I'm optimizing for. I'm optimizing for my own ability to like understand and rationalize about whatever it is I'm working on, which obviously has its limitations because my own intelligence has its limitations. I fully recognize that. But again, I'm building for myself and for my own enjoyment, not necessarily trying to invent some sort of new novel, technological, groundbreaking thing. I've been building out of pure spite. Nice. Ali, can you share where I can learn Rust? So the recommendation that people have made to me time and time again about learning Rust has just been to use the Rust programming language book. So who was that on? Was that someone on Twitch or was that someone on YouTube? That was YouTube in the vertical stream. No, on the horizontal stream. Yeah, horizontal stream. At Al Pagani. I've been recommended this. I think I'm on chapter 7 of that book, and it is good. I don't know if it's the best way to learn Rust, but that's the resource. The other resource I've been using is a course off Pluralsight called Rust Fundamentals, but obviously Pluralsight's a paid thing, so I'm always hesitant to recommend things that people have to pay for, you know. I know everyone's money situation's a little different. Good morning, Filthy Potato. How are you doing? I'm doing good, man. Actually, we're getting close to wrapping up. Tech with Nova. Is that Arc? This is the Zen browser, is what I'm using. Zen browser. That's what I'm using right now. LLMs write very ambiguous code. Yeah, I think any code that anybody else writes starts off in that's the tax I think you take when you do AI development or agentic or AI driven development is you take a big huge hit on understandability. Like there's a big workload because the AI is going to produce a lot of code, and you either are going to be very disciplined and diligent about making sure you read and understand all the code it generates, or you're going to do what some people advocate for, and you're just going to say, well, if it works, it works. So who really cares if I understand what it did? But there's a big I don't know, ambiguity or understandability cost to doing AI development. It just produces so much code that trying to wrap your head around it is like reviewing somebody's 60 file PR every time you use it. Going great. Our stuff finally showed up in the pod for my move. Let's go! Oh shit, I almost pulled out my headphones. Let's go! That's awesome, man. I'm glad you got your shit. Copy pasta. That's right. Copy pasta. I really want to write Rust this year. I would love some Rust streams. It's on my list of things to do. Yeah, we can do some Rust streams. I'm learning Rust, so if you guys would be interested in following along, I can stream myself learning Rust for sure. If that would be interesting to you guys. You have to understand it when you grow. It's good for prototyping. Yeah, it's wonderful for. Yeah, I think it's wonderful for prototyping. That makes complete sense. I guess you just have to get comfortable with that. If you're going to do AI-driven development, you have to get comfortable. It's almost like pairing with another developer, right? Like you don't necessarily know everything the developer wrote either, and you just sort of have to get comfortable with that. I just found out that the fastest web browser on the market right now, Nixt, is written in Lisp. I had no idea. I've never heard of Nixt. That's cool. Too much hype. Dude, too much hype indeed. I actually had a pinned message up for most of the stream that was complaining about AI hype. That's one of my wishes for 2026 is that we would turn down the AI hype. I would really, really enjoy that. Turn down the AI hype. That would be nice. All right, chat. It's 9 o'clock. I streamed for 5 hours, 4.5 hours. Damn it, and I forgot to record the stream again. I've done that 2 days in a row. OBS, you should just start recording as soon as I went live. Now I have to remember to manually click the button. I'm going to have to, maybe StreamerBot can help me with that. Can StreamerBot trigger, can StreamerBot set record state? Let's see. Recording? What is that? Oh, it can. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna use StreamerBot to automate that in Meld Studio. That's awesome. All right, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna hop off here and start my Friday. I wish you guys a very nice Friday. If you're new here, the best place to find me or chat outside of our stream is in our Discord, so I'll put the link to the Discord in the chat. And if you want to come back for an actual live stream, the best place... Man, I have a terrible headache all of a sudden. Right on the right side of my temple. I guess I need more water. More water or more caffeine. If you want to come back for another live stream, my schedule is typically 4:15 a.m. to 7 a.m. in the mornings. And the reason for that is because I'm a dad, and so the early mornings are the best time. I have a dad and I have a day job, and the best time to get uninterrupted times is in the morning. So those are two things you should check out. Discord if you want to interact outside of stream, and then come back to YouTube or Twitch during those time frames, and you'll likely find me live. How many folks do we have here on YouTube? We have 41 on YouTube, and do we have anybody on Twitch? Twitch is usually pretty quiet. Channel, creator dashboard, stream manager. We have exactly 4 viewers on Twitch. So if you're over there on Twitch, thanks for watching. And if you're over there on YouTube, thank you for watching. All right, guys. Normal sign off. I was going to say salutation. Normal sign off is I hope you all have a wonderful Friday. If it's already Saturday for you, I hope you have a wonderful Saturday. If I am going to see you at tomorrow morning's stream, awesome. If I don't see you at tomorrow morning's stream, I will see you in a short or maybe a video in the comments section. I try to get back to everybody there, so I look forward to seeing you all there. Okay, bye crew. Bye Duck Boy. Bye Bob Knoll. Bye Ryan. Bye Arnav. See you, crew. See you, Willie. See you, Filthy Potato. Tech with Novpa. See you later. Who else is here? Oblivion. Bye, Oblivion. Bye, Unique UX. Bye, you Laz. Anybody else in the chat recently? I think that's everybody. All right. Bye, chat. Have a good day. Bye. Bye. See you guys.